Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Scrutiny today. My name is Caroline Brooke, and I am Chair of the Scrutiny Committee on Monday, the 29th of July. Please note this meeting is being recorded and live streamed from the Council's website, and a recording will also be publicly available afterwards via the YouTube channel. For those speaking today, please speak clearly, remember to use your microphones and please turn them off afterwards. Please ensure that all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. In the unlikely event that it's necessary to evacuate the building, the fire alarm will sound. Please follow any instructions given to you by the staff and fire marshals. All fire exits are marked by the green exit signs, and please proceed quickly and calmly to the assembly point in Abbey Gardens. For the benefit of the public with us today, and thank you all for joining us on this lovely sunny afternoon where there's plenty of other things you'd rather be doing. Around the table we have the members of the Scrutiny Committee. We also have the Cabinet member for who's overseeing the local plan and the leader here. And sitting with me we have the Vice Chair and the officers who will be supporting us today. I'd like to thank all of you for attending today. And before we start, I'll confirm who I have on the list to speak, and I'll call each person to come forward to the desk and make their contribution. Each member of the public will have 3 minutes, and each councillor will have 5 minutes. A countdown timer will appear on the screen in front of you to show the amount of time you have left. I will be very strict with this because we have a lot of public participation today, so I will be really strict at your 3 minutes. Your time will end. Before we go to the agenda, just to clarify the purpose of this afternoon's meeting to all committee members, the Council has laid out a timetable in its local development scheme for the adoption of a new local plan, which covers the period up to 2040. As part of the plan-making process, what's known as the Regulation 19 local plan needs to be produced alongside an integrated impact assessment and habitats regulation assessment. It's intended to be referred to Cabinet on the 16th of September and then full Council on the 30th of September for agreement to undertake a 6-week consultation period in the autumn to ensure that the City Council meets the government's deadline of submitting the local plan for examination before the 30th of June 2025. If you recall, before the Regulation 18 local plan was agreed for a 6-week public consultation, it was the subject of extensive scrutiny meeting, 12 hours as I recall, which looked in detail at the wording of the policies. It looks at the sorts of questions being asked. So the sorts of questions being asked today should relate to how those policies have been prepared, drawing on the evidence that's been gained. Also looking at the evidence provided by the integrated impact assessment and the habitats regulations assessment, and considering the latest public consultation and how that was integrated into the plan. So that is the purpose of today's meeting. So moving to the speakers, I've got Councillor June Perrins, Councillor Pauline Maunder, Siobhan Osborne, Councillor Liz Wynne, Councillor Tiggy Ayoub, Richard Baker, Councillor Caroline Horrell, Patrick Davies, Councillor Eric Bodger, Councillor Susan Cook, who I know is sharing her slot, Janine Pickering, Councillor Craig Manuel, Fred Schiff, Councillor Danny Lee, Councillor Stephen Godfrey, Councillor Jan Warwick, and Jeremy Gardner. Is there anybody who thinks they're registered to speak today that I've missed from that list? No, and that's the order I will call you on. So without further ado, I shall move to the agenda. You got it? Yeah. Item 1, apologies and deputy members. Mr. Watson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. So we've had apologies from Councillor Baffo, who's been replaced by Councillor Power. All other members are present, Chair. Thank you.
Many thanks, Matthew. Do we have any declarations of interest today? Councillor Laming.
Yes, just as a point of clarity, I'm chairman of the Badger Farm and Alders Battery Residents Association.
Many thanks, Councillor Laming. Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Porter?
Required to at this point, but I'm also a county councillor. I think it's worth saying at this meeting for the general public's information. Thank you. It's non-prejudicial.
Thank you. Councillor Pett.
Equally unsure that whether I have to declare that I'm a member of the South Downs National Park Authority appointed by this City Council. So it's a non-prejudicial interest there.
Many thanks, Councillor Pett. Councillor Wallace.
Yes, declaring as a member, as a county council member. Thank you.
Councillor Clear.
Just to play safe, ward member for Wickham, just to play safe. I just thought I'd put that in case.
Councillor Todd.
Yeah, I'm not a member of the committee, I'm maybe speaking at it, so declare that I'm a county councillor.
Councillor Atchwell.
Likewise, Councillor Clear, I'm ward member for Whiteley.
We really don't need to declare all our wards, otherwise we'll go around the table and do everyone. Do we have any other declarations of interest? No. Right. I have no announcements today, so we will come straight on to public participation. Would you like to do the introduction prior to that?
I'm happy to, if that puts it in context. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Porter, and we'll also have Adrian here who will introduce. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the 12 hours before and for working in this hot afternoon. We appreciate your chairmanship. Winchester City Council, whatever political persuasion, has never shirked from providing the homes and employment that we see as required for growth and health and well-being. And this new plan includes an unremitting commitment to our carbon footprint too. A strong local plan provides certainty for residents and clear guidelines for developers and our development planning team. Winchester must have a local plan so that we fulfil the number of homes and employment land required to satisfy growth in this district, but on land spaces specifically allocated for that purpose. So in the IIA, it says local plans should provide a succinct and up-to-date vision for the future of each area. As you looked at the papers for today's meeting, you may be challenging the word succinct. The IIA, in fact, extends to over 2,000 pages. So thank you for your time today as speakers today and for working towards this. Councillors have been involved at every stage and the consultations have been extensive and media varied. Despite its length, the IIA must go out to public consultation with the Reg 19 document, and that's why you're seeing it here today. It's been carried out as a commissioned objective study to support decision making of this local plan. And to put it in context, the IIA examines the local plan vision and objectives, the spatial strategy and development principles that we've worked towards, the policies which reflect the key issues that district faces. So it's looking at those through the lens of the 14 objectives set by us, including our commitment to decarbonise the district. The assessment also combines the sustainability appraisal, the strategic environmental assessment, the health impact assessment and the equalities impact assessment. We learned that this isn't going to happen at the next plan, but for this one, it's still important that we do it. So Winchester City Council commissioned LUC to carry out the integrated impact assessment, covering all aspects of the plan, including the policies and the site allocations for homes and employment areas. To do this, LUC used the available data for this district on a number of metrics, including air quality, noise, flood risk, access to services, transport and open space per capita requirements, and importantly, the reduction of our own carbon footprint as we live and work and travel between these new buildings and facilities. Winchester is proud to have a qualified and experienced team of planners, a highly qualified, I'd say, and the success of the local plan's efficacy is shown in the strong record of delivery, the appeal judgments, and a strong proof of the 5-year land supply required to continue to deliver homes ahead. And you can actually see that record of delivery on housing completions on page 848 to 849 of the document. This scrutiny is to monitor the local plan process from the publication of the Reg 18 draft plan to the Reg 19 proposed submission. To reach the examination stage, the inspectorate that will inspect it must be confident that the local plan is sound, and I'm sure Councillor Brooke will explain that a little bit again later. I don't think I need to explain to you that there is at present a sharp deadline for submission to the inspectorate of the 30th of June 2025, which is why we've asked in this paper to change the LDS slightly. Scrutiny is being held at this time so that comments can go forward, as Councillor Brooks said, to full council, to Cabinet and then full council on the 30th of September. So if agreed, the Reg 19 plan will go up for public consultation in 2024. And I've been asked many times about what happens to the comments on this consultation. The Inspectorate will receive the full responses from this consultation. But to finish, I'd like to bring out 5 points. From experience, our planning team know that a number of smaller sites have previously come forward in sustainable locations on previously developed land. So a new feature of this plan is to acknowledge this. Our strategic planning manager has identified this windfall figure as a specific figure in the plan, allocating the number across the district. 2,000 of the over 15,000 homes are expected to be windfall within the period of the plan. This local plan dictates brownfield first to ensure that our precious countryside is not built out whilst there are brownfield sites available. Greenfield sites will only be given planning permission after 2030. The South Downs National Park is a huge contributor to our biodiversity and our leisure and tourism offer, but it occupies 40% of the district's land. It has duties as a national park, but clearly states it's not a housing authority. So currently, their local plan, being at a different stage, and we're seeking their agreement and can only assume from past performance that they'll be able to contribute 350 homes to our local plan. This puts pressure on the remaining 60% of the district, and I know that's why you're here. Detailed studies of employment and retail land requirements were carried out using 3 different methodologies that you'll see in the paper and updated through COVID. And then again, very recently, we've tried to keep on top of the current economic situation and the way people are working. The outcome is that there's no need for more general retail space, and we will have allocated enough employment land to satisfy the requirement predicted if we take up all of the opportunities in this local plan. And finally, the 3 major spatial areas we discuss in the local plan are the South Hampshire urban areas, Winchester town itself, and market towns and rural areas. And each contributes about a third to the economy of the district. It's slightly more, slightly less, but it's roughly a third. I'm very conscious that although these areas face in different directions, they're all part of Winchester district, and we will continue to work hard to deliver homes, jobs and infrastructure for all of you as residents.
Okay, we'll now, after that intro, move to the public participation section. So the order in which I read them out. First of all, Councillor June Perrins, please. You have 3 minutes and your time will start when you begin speaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is June Perrins. I'm Chair of the South Wonston Parish Council. Proposed Boundary Change Regulation 19 Proposed Submission Plan. The Statement of Community Involvement 2024 lists parish councils as specific consultees where changes to settlement boundaries are to take place because of a settlement boundary review. There is a statutory process and methodology involving a desktop review, site visits and consultation. In the case of South Wonston's proposed boundary change, the process was not applied. Winchester City Council's last settlement boundary review was undertaken in 2006. South Wonston Parish Council, unlike the larger Mitra 2 communities, was not consulted and only learned about its boundary state after a draft new plan was published. As far as we know, there has been no further settlement boundary review for the 2020-2040 local plan, yet the Reg 1819 versions indicate a settlement boundary adjustment, which includes the gardens of 63 to 69 Wrights Way and the open space to the west of Chaucer Close. Proposals for the land adjacent to Chaucer Close, SW03, have previously been rejected and have not resurfaced. The Parish Council fears that its inclusion may lay the community open to a much larger extension of the settlement boundary to embrace the planned allocation of 40 houses in West Hill Road North, SW01, further pushing the village envelope into the countryside. Background paper to inform the Local Plan Appendix 3 2022-2024 states that SW01 achieves a high sensitivity designation for which protection from development is the preferred option. Yet the main document, while noting the site is visually sensitive, concludes that it provides an opportunity to build homes. The site was duly included in the Regs 18 and 19 versions of the new local plan, despite having been rejected some time ago for housing on highways, policy and separation grounds. Paragraph 11124C says that substantial weight should be given to the value of brownfield land. SW01 is a greenfield site. Paragraph 15180B refers to the recognition of the character and beauty of the countryside and the ecological benefits of agricultural land. South Wonston's rural setting is a major part of its character. Development in West Hill Road North, despite the long list of requirements deemed for essential success, can never mitigate for the losses it will cause in terms of local views, increased vehicle movements on the problematic road network, and pressure on local facilities and infrastructure. For reasons connected with the above, the Parish Council does not consider the inclusion of SW01 justified. Development on this site is inappropriate and based on little more than a general requirement to deliver homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of seconds over, that was perfect. Thank you. Councillor Pauline Maunder, please.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking as the Chair of Wonston Parish Council in respect of site reference SU01, land at Brightlands, which has been added with only 8 days' notice given to the Parish Council to the Regulation 19. Sutton Scotney is a village with a very high water table, at constant risk of flooding, and is suffering from severe sewerage issues. 3 developments in the village have relied for over 5 years on waste being removed by tankers. The Parish Council have consistently opposed any future development until the sewerage situation has been resolved. Due to this, there was no allocation made in Reg 18. This has meant that no consultation has taken place with residents in respect of an actual site allocation. The justification for the late inclusion of Brightlands in the Regulation 19 is that Southern Water have provided reassurances that a pressurised pipeline will be operating and able to accommodate additional flow by 2030. In July 2019, Southern Water advised at a Parish Council meeting that tankering of waste would end in 6 to 12 months. It still takes place daily. In August 2022, residents were advised that tankers would not be needed once the pipeline was operational. They have now been advised the tankers will still be required during storm conditions. With current weather patterns, this could be for a number of months during the year. Southern Water also advised in 2022 that the pipeline would have capacity for the whole village. They now advise that more work is needed to achieve this. At each stage since 2019, what has been achieved by Southern Water has fallen significantly short of what they have promised to residents and the Parish Council. We consider it unsound to rely on the current reassurances. The Brightlands site is in flood zone 1, but directly adjacent to flood zone 3 and the main flow path of floodwater. Homes adjacent to the site are already assessed as having a high overall flood risk. A flood risk assessment commissioned by Wonston Parish Council concludes that any development at Brightlands will influence the water and floodplain. Our council feels very let down by the local plan team and will be responding robustly to the Regulation 19 consultation. Thank you.
Many thanks. Siobhan Osborne.
Chair, that member of the public couldn't make it this afternoon. No, same person.
Okay, that member of the public isn't here, so we have a representation for us under a slightly different name.
Right, so how do we deal with that?
We'll just carry on. We've got it for our reference. Councillor Liz Wynne, please.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. At this stage, we submitted a response to Regulation 18. My name is Liz Wynne. I'm from Littleton, Chair of Littleton and Haresthorpe Parish Council. We had a number of remaining concerns, but in this forum are planning to limit it to just two, which catch a number of other items which have the same, which relate to it. The first concern we have is that there is quite limited planning guidance for the development of the Sir John Moore Barracks site, which we feel would compromise community involvement in shaping it. And secondly, the lack of clarity about the Winchester-Littleton settlement gap, policy NE7, which is we call the Littleton gap. So firstly, regarding the limited planning guidance for the development of the Sir John Moore Barracks, we are still concerned that the approach taken, which relies on a developer-led master plan, risks sidelining the community from having an effective role in this and in future sites. It's a hurdle to effective consultation, and our parish council's still not yet seen any detail. That's got implications for a huge range of things which we feel should be shaped or guided and informed and led by Winchester rather than be determined by a developer. For example, how the development connects to adjoining communities, any requirements in relation to zero carbon housing, how we can ensure that the two sites that we have now, one designate of sites of importance for nature conservation, are conserved and enhanced in the long-term future, and how we plan effectively for the appropriate siting and the actual number, which has not been reviewed, of park and ride places. On the sinks, the sites of importance for nature conservation, the new candidate sink covers a huge area to the north of the Sir John Moore Barracks site, and it's not been referenced specifically in the Regulation 19 plan. We would expect some practical clarity on how such an important development can take account of the sinks. So, and our second point, and it's closely related, is the definition of the Littleton gap. It's not made any clearer in the new plan, and indeed the maps show an overlap for the allocation of development for the Sir John Moore Barracks with the existing settlement gap. This and the limited planning guidance, we think, increases its vulnerability to development, and it could serve to remove the voice of local people from any decision to do so. So our main point is to urge the Scrutiny Committee to consider the impact of the limited planning guidance for such a large-scale development. We consider the reliance on a developer-led master plan to be a weakening of the planning process and a restriction to community consultation and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, spot on your timings. I appreciate that. Many thanks for coming along today. Councillor Tiggy Ayoub. Apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on the Gypsy and Traveller topic paper with reference to our own village and other equally poor villages in terms of their infrastructure. So at the moment, there has been no opportunity given to parish councils for consultation of any shape, size or form by Winchester City Council on the siting of new Gypsy and Traveller sites. Now, I know it's a legal requirement, and I have also worked previously with Gypsy and Traveller education, with adult education, so I'm not anti the idea, and I think that what Winchester City Council is doing is laudable, but you must consult with the parish councils. It is not good enough to suddenly say, oh, we've agreed that a traveller site can take place, can happen in your village, because that is not how democracy works. It means that there is a loss of confidence by the public in what their parish councils are doing, and also there is a loss of confidence in Winchester City Council and the way that it is allocating these sites, most of which are in the outlying parishes. And we would very much welcome some kind of consultation in the future before these plans are finalised. We already have 3 sites in our small parish, one of which has over 40 homes, traveller homes in it. It's unsustainable. It cannot continue without some kind of consultation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your representation. Richard Baker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm representing the City of Winchester Trust, and the Trust raises 2 issues about the proposed Reg 19 local plan as set out in your agenda item 4 and Appendix 1. The first issue is about public consultation. Para 1114 states that 3,400 comments were received on the Reg 18 local plan. The Trust sent 23 pages of detailed comments in December 2022. The Trust expected to find in the report before you a schedule of the 3,400 comments and the responses of the Council to them. Then, for the responses in the schedule to be followed in Appendix 1 with the Reg 18 local plan, showing all the track changes proposed as a result of the public consultation exercise. Without such a schedule and an appendix showing Reg 18 local plan with track changes, it is not possible to know what changes to the Reg 18 plan have been made and whether the changes are fair and reasonable. Is this information that the Trust is looking for in the public domain? A member kindly sent us a link suggesting we might find this information. I couldn't download it. If it is in the public domain, where can it be found? The second issue is about employment policy. The Council revised its timetable for publishing a Reg 19 local plan to the 3rd quarter of this year to allow a town and employment study to be made to inform the plan. This month, an employment land study by Lambert, Smith and Hampton was published. Has time allowed for this study to be assessed and to introduce any changes to employment policies for Winchester Town in the Reg 19 plan? They are our 2 concerns at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today. Councillor Caroline Horrell, please.
Chair, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to address the committee this afternoon as the ward member for Whanston and Micheldever. I actually asked to speak on several of your agenda items this afternoon, but I understand it's just one submission, so I'm afraid I have several points of clarification that I hope the Scrutiny Committee will question with the officers and the administration. So rather a list, Chair, but here we go. To begin with, the Cabinet paper. Where are the Regulation 18 responses in full, just as the last speaker said? It was seen for some areas they're not currently visible on the links provided. Residents will want to know where their original comments have gone after almost 2 years since their submission. And also, I agree, a summary of the changes would be helpful to those individuals to know whether the points they've made have been taken on board, given the substantial size of all of the documents that we need to review. Also, is it possible to share that rather super schedule of public meetings as soon as possible that are proposed so that the public can attend, actually know where they can speak to officers and understand how things have changed? Chair, you know I have a passion for housing and making sure that we deliver in our district. And the housing numbers in Reg 18 are different from those in Reg 19. Please can you seek clarification as to exactly why that is? Why are we offering substantially more to neighbouring districts in our duty to cooperate, which we were always told is not necessarily a demand for housing? And Chair, the South Downs National Park taking just 350 houses as opposed to the 500 planned, where they represent 40% of our district, is actually an outrage and has an impact on our villages in the park area. What can officers, Winchester residents, councillors actually do to make this a fairer allocation? Sir John Moore policy, W2, is updated in Reg 18. It talks about merging the new site into the Winchester town rather than its current designation in due course. Why is that necessary, and what are the benefits for residents? Why is the candidate sink in the north of the site not reflected in the policy, despite it being in the public domain and talked about extensively? Why are we still referring to 750 to 1,000 homes when the developer is currently talking about just 850? Would it not be better to clarify the exact number? And also, as already said by the chair of the parish, we need absolute clarity about the settlement gap. It still isn't clear. The parish council at Littleton and Harestock have proactively provided their input months ago to the developer, and their thoughts have not been acknowledged or discussed. They were trying to be positive and proactive, not just being negative. Hardly great consultation for the largest housing site in this current plan. Can we ask that you ensure that the consultation improves with the parish council as a key representative group in that area? Carousel Park is in our ward, and in Reg 19, the numbers do not tally with the latest appeal decision from the inspector. And despite some clarification from one of the officers the other evening, we still can't tally the numbers that have been confirmed by the inspector in that appeal document. Clarity on such an important site is really important for residents. You've heard from the Parish Council Chair in Sutton Scotney. We have a new site coming into the plan without any input from the parish, without Southern Water committing to the correct infrastructure, as ably indicated in the previous speech. Their efforts so far have been poor in the extreme, and we seem to be accepting that those poor residents who currently do not have sufficient infrastructure to have decent sewerage are going to still continue to be in that case, and new houses are going to be built that we cannot guarantee will have the appropriate sewerage system. So, Chair, a series of questions, many on behalf of the residents in our area, and I hope that you'll be able to seek the information that I know many people are looking to on this latest Regulation 19 plan. Thank you.
Many thanks, Councillor Horrell, much appreciated. If you can pop off your microphone, that would be helpful. Thank you. Patrick Davies.
Sorry, one thing one can't see is the timing when one sat here. Everyone else has coped, but I was just wondering. Shall I start?
I will stop you though, so fear not.
That's what I feared. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I just want to endorse what Richard Baker said about the processes that have been followed. I'm frankly of the opinion there must be a better way of dealing with these issues than having one meeting like this to deal with everything. I have raised before at the last Cabinet meeting on the 22nd of May, Councillors Porter and Todd may recall, my concerns about that meeting having hundreds of pages of reports, including a paper on the local plan for the first time in 18 months. And I was given assurances then that weren't followed that the issues I'd raised would be addressed. A lack of information, that all the being available for the public as to what is going on. And what really concerns me is in the paper 3462, the list there of all the meetings that have taken place over the last couple of years have mainly been private meetings for members only, dozens of them, including one last week. It just seems to me extraordinary that this issue has not been dealt with in public. A lot of the points that have been raised behind me could have been overcome if those sessions that you've had were in public. And I do not understand why they've been held in the way they have. It talks about all member drop-in sessions, briefing meetings, I think for the parishes, but what happened in Winchester Town, which is, as you've said, a very large chunk of this district. As far as I'm aware, nothing at all in the best part of 2 years has any information been fed back. We've not been able to see, as has already been indicated, the comments that were made on Regulation 18 and how they were going to be changed in this Regulation 19 exercise. Other districts have managed it. I think Basingstoke to the north of us, which is much behind us in the timetable, they had all the comments on their Regulation 18 up within days, I think, of the closure date. Why didn't we? Because a lot of these problems that we now face could have been overcome if it had been dealt with in a better way. And also, I'm totally unconvinced about the integrated impact assessment. 2,200 pages from some commission consultants, and chunks in there read to me as if they've been lifted from another district, because I'm sure there's a paragraph or two that's about Eastleigh, not Winchester. It really does need explaining as to why that exercise, which must have cost a fortune, was necessary to comply with the regulations. I don't believe it was in that format. I think you need to seriously rethink the way you deal with the public involvement in the planning process. I've had this discussion informally with Councillor Todd and Councillor Porter. I think it was after the meeting of the Diva Society. Raising then, nothing has happened. Nothing happened after me raising it in May at the 22nd meeting.
I'm afraid that's your time.
Okay, I think I've made my point.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councillor Eric Bodger, please.
Thank you. I'm responding for Coleridge Parish Council. I was rather hoping that the chair of the planning committee would give me a script to read from, but he says that he's really quite content with the way the process is going and doesn't wish to add anything. We're still concerned about the gap between Coleridge and Whiteley, which is not covered in the settlement gap policy, and I accept the assurance that that gap will be protected through the countryside policy, since Coleridge doesn't have a settlement boundary. The only other thing to add to the Regulation 19 is that Coleridge is now steaming towards a neighbourhood plan and has notified Winchester of its intent to produce one. There was a note in Reg 19 to that effect, but it is going ahead. The other point is made by several others. It's not immediately clear what has changed between Reg 18 and 19 for our area. Insofar as we know what the changes are and we believe there are very few, we are content with the Reg 19 submission. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Bodger. Councillor Sue Cook.
Thank you. We're sharing this slot. I'm Maggie Hill.
Yes, but your piece must go on no longer than 3 minutes.
Pardon?
Your part must go on no longer than 3 minutes or I'll stop you.
Thank you. Yes, it won't be very long.
5 in total.
So I'm Chair, Colton Common Parish Council. I've got 2 main points to make really. First of all, about the hierarchy, and I've been banging on about this for years. There are so many faults in the way that Colton Common was scored in the hierarchy that I do believe that the result is flawed and that the results are therefore predicated on the wrong information. We've come out as being a market town in the same category as Bishop's Waltham, for example, and a lot of the information on the hierarchy shows, for example, that we have 2 large shops. We don't. We have one which is half the size of what's on the hierarchy form. We talk about offices and warehouses. I don't know what the warehouses are or where they are in Colton Common. I imagine it's for employment purposes that you want that information, but we apparently have 2 offices and 2 warehouses, but I don't know where they are. There's been widespread concern about this, not just in Colton Common, because the Winchester District of the local councils discussed this. I wrote a letter which John Woodman sent over to you. I've also written to the City Council about this as well. So that's the point I wanted to make about the hierarchy. The other one I want to make is about the infrastructure. We're concerned that there is no detail in the draft for infrastructure, and that if there is not, then it may get watered down, delayed, or even not happen at all. I mean, we are actually waiting. We have waited for 7 years for some improvements from our Section 106 money from the last plan. Nothing has yet been done. We haven't seen that. So we're rather keen to see some progress on that and to be reassured that we will actually get some infrastructure changes in the future. For example, shops, other facilities, pavements, crossings, street lights. We feel that we'd be a lot happier if they were actually detailed so that we can hold people to account. That's really all I want to say, so thank you, Sue.
No one is in doubt here today of the importance of the local plan and the hard work of the officers, but to follow on from what's already been said, the ranking and the settlement hierarchy, it will come as no surprise that we are somewhat concerned that Colton Common is still ranked where they are. For those in this room today that don't know Colton Common, residents live in fear. Every time it rains, residents in Brambridge, which is located in the village, is on high alert with umpteen tankers 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. It's been going on for over a year. Residents on Main Road, Francis Copse, Spring Lane also live in fear from burst water mains. The point system is flawed and Colton Common are ranked incorrectly. Winchester City Council asked Southern Water after a meeting that took place earlier this month, please, can you provide us an update on the works you are undertaking in response to flooding issues in Brambridge? I'll pray say the reply, in short, ongoing. And the same for many other villages, with no definitive date. This is not acceptable. So what if it did cost £1.8 million so far on a sewer rising main thus far? All work should have been going on, not waiting for 15 or more years. Outside a garden centre, a manhole cover sealed to stop the water going into the River Itchen. That doesn't cut the mustard. This is the tip of the iceberg. So thank you, Southern Water, for chapter and verse and all the words in your email, which really are empty words. So what's been said does not solve the issues. So it leaves me with no more building of any additional homes in Colton Common until Southern Water get their act together. solve the issues of flooding, and additional homes then can be built. Review the ranking of the hierarchy. We currently have a figure that's 3 figures, it should be 2. We need to get this right, and Colden Common have been communicating this with, in fact, Winchester City Council, but it has fallen on deaf ears. So please, no shovels in ground before we start. We've got to get this right, and I thank you for allowing me to share my 5 minutes with Maggie, who is the chair of Colden Common Parish Council. Thank you.
Many thanks to both of you. Janine Pickering.
Hi, my name's Janine. I'm the Strategic Estates Manager for the NHS Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board, which I'll refer to as the ICB. It's widely understood that the NHS is under considerable pressure, with access to GPs declining, resulting in whole system pressures for the NHS currently. Currently, there are 19 GP practices and branch surgeries across the Winchester City Council area. Unfortunately, 90% of these surgeries have more patients than their infrastructure capacity can manage. The new local plan could add a further 30,000 patients to current list sizes, which without mitigation will create a significant impact on access to healthcare for the new residents and the existing population. The ICB has been working with the Council's planning team to provide as much information as possible to highlight the impacts to primary care. Whilst the current shortfall in capacity cannot be resolved or accounted for in the new local plan, it is critical that further demands on primary care do not make the current situation worse. Working alongside the Council, the ICB has assessed which surgeries will be impacted from each site allocation, and based upon our SIL-compliant methodology, has calculated the potential financial contribution required from the future developers. For clarity, this methodology deems health to be a material planning consideration, as is education, and has been tested by the Planning Inspectorate at various planning appeals up and down the country and is deemed acceptable in planning terms. Within our response to the local plan, the ICB requested that where there's insufficient health infrastructure capacity, the increased demand created by housing must be noted within the relevant site policy. It's understood that the infrastructure development plan, as part of the local plan, could and can outline potential health projects that align to these site allocations. We're concerned that currently within the draft, primary care is absent from these identified policies at a site level. The ICB provided site-specific detail in its original response in December 2022, and we have this week re-provided this information but in alternative forms, which hopefully is what was required. So in summary, the NHS receives a small allocation for capital projects with no consideration for future infrastructure capacity due to housing growth. Without mitigation from the developers, there will be no funding to increase the healthcare estate across Winchester. Over the last 3 years, the ICB and the Council's strategic planning teams have developed a good working relationship with the sole aim of ensuring that its residents will have the homes that are required, whilst at the same time make sure that there is sufficient primary care capacity to meet the growth derived from increased housing. So to conclude, my ask is that Winchester City Council supports the NHS by ensuring that the policies within the Reg 19 are updated to include the needs of primary care in the same manner as education is on a site-by-site level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciated for your contribution. Councillor Craig Manuel, please.
Good afternoon, Chair of Wickham and Knoll. In 2021, Winchester sent the Parish Council the Recommended Spatial Distribution Housing Strategy, RSDH. According to this document, calculated in accordance with government standard methodology, the Parish Council was allocated 90 to 100 homes. Winchester sent a matching spreadsheet of the Wickham settlement, the settlement matching the parish boundary, detailing 27 Sheila sites to select 90 to 100 homes from. The settlement map and sites given to this parish are still detailed on the website of Winchester this morning. The Parish Council selected site WI18 from the map and spreadsheet supplied by Winchester, a site which could have up to 200 homes. Of course, Winchester was delighted and proceeded to publish the draft local plan with site WI18. However, on March 27, 2024, the Parish Council were asked to attend an informal meeting with Julie Pinnock and Adrian Fox. During this meeting, we were told that site WI18 was not suitable for selection. Local developers had argued site WI18 was a poor choice as it lacked any facilities and services. Winchester had agreed and said by selecting this site would put their local plan at risk. At this meeting, the parish were given a new parish settlement map, shrunk from 27 Sheila sites to just 5, removing site WI18. The settlement of Wickham, which had always matched the parish boundary, had been redrawn without any detailed explanation and short notice. The Parish Council objected in writing to Julie Pinnock on May 15, 2024. In this letter, the Parish Council stated, should the City Council disagree with WI18 and proceed with evaluating other sites for proposed allocation, the Parish Council expects to be fully consulted as part of that process. 100 additional homes have now been allocated to Wickham Parish with no consultation, adjacent to Wickham Centre. However, despite this planning committee's reasons for rejecting site WI18, site 18 has also been included in the plan. Yes, WI18, rejected by this planning committee, has also, and used as the sole argument for selecting 100 homes in Wickham Centre, has also been included in the updated local plan. Our parish has now been awarded 300 homes, 3 times the original calculations. So we ask this committee to make a decision. Accept site WI18 for 200 homes and remove the 100 homes from Wickham Centre, or reject site WI18 for 200 homes and include the 100 homes at Wickham Centre. Wickham Parish cannot cope with 300 more homes on top of the 6,000 homes being built from Fareham, just 150 metres away. Detailed the importance of effective new mechanisms for cross-boundary strategic planning. It is an oversight of this committee not to assess the impact of 6,000 homes being built 150 metres away from the parish boundary, while allocating this parish 3 times the number of homes originally allocated in line with the approved government methodology.
That's
Therefore,
your time up, I'm afraid.
We ask this council to reverse that decision.
Thank you. Fred Schiff. Could you put on your microphone, please? Thank you. It's still not on.
And the family. As landowner with interests in land south of Whiteston Road, Sutton, Scotney, we support the parish concerns around drainage and their conditioning development on a solution. We are, however, concerned that the integrated impact assessment, which incorporates the strategic environmental assessment, is deficient in its approach to identifying a preferred allocation at Sutton, Scotney. Firstly, insufficient consultation has been undertaken with the parish, local community and key stakeholders in assessing options for allocations. Reg 13 of the SEA requires necessary supporting evidence to be subjective to effective consultation. It should enable as many interested parties as possible to provide feedback with sufficient details and timescales for a considered response. It's our understanding in this instance this was limited to a questionnaire with limited detail of potential sites and the decision-making process based on limited responses. I do not believe the committee have been able to review this either. Secondly, Reg 12 of the SEA requires likely significant effects of the draft 19 plan, including draft allocations, to be evaluated as well as reasonable alternatives. The Wonston Parish site assessment within the IIA does not provide a fair assessment of both draft allocated sites and other sites assessed on a level playing field. It scores the draft allocated site alone with mitigation and therefore does not provide a fair or appropriate assessment of reasonable alternatives. We're also concerned that the site assessment scoring of the draft allocation itself is flawed. It does not adequately reflect the implications of noise on any future development of the draft allocation, given the proximity to the A34, a recognised noise pollutant and major services. The draft plan acknowledges that the majority of the site is negatively impacted. This, however, is not reflected in the scoring. With the IIA advising that potential negative effects of residential site options could be avoided by selecting sites outside noise pollution hotspots, we further question the lack of comparable assessment on alternative sites. Further, it does not adequately reflect the implications of crossing the A30 as a barrier or influence to encouraging pedestrian or cycle movements to the village and services and minimising car travel in accordance with criteria 2 and 7. We further question why criteria 5, which has the objective of supporting community cohesion and safety and considers integration of new neighbourhoods with existing neighbourhoods, is not assessed as it is with other sites. We support the view of the Parish Committee and members that proper consultation is required for an allocation and beyond that has significant impact on the future of Sutton Scotney. We hope our proposals can be looked at by the community at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your representation. Councillor Danny Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I didn't get the postcard until about half an hour before this meeting, so I didn't expect to foreshorten what I was going to say, so this may be a bit fragmented. And apologies. Transparency issues with the Reg 18 comments into Reg 19 have been well made, so I don't need to cover that. Can I just highlight the publishing of the Integrated Impact Assessment 2,000-page report less than 7 days before this committee meeting, on top of the 900-page local plan package, I hope is not deliberately employed to foreshorten proper scrutiny at Reg 19. The timing is unhelpful. Can the scrutiny please record this unfortunate situation? The Deputy Prime Minister's letter to environmental NGOs stressing nature preservation and economic growth are two things we need to do at the same time. This is not a matter of choosing one of these priorities over another. I'm not going to go into the details of the failing state of nature and global warming. You all know the facts. The need for heightened action has been recognised by the Climate Change Commission and LGA. We know there is no clear mechanism that ties together the Climate Act and the various planning acts. Future-proofing sustainable growth of our economy, creating new jobs and housing to materially improve people's lives must happen alongside these existential threats without accelerating them. So can I ask this committee, please, to consider that? And is there anything that can be done to strengthen this local plan in view of those threats? In this vein, I note the local plan viability report recognises planning and national policy are constantly evolving. And surely this might mean that we need to have a final local plan viability report at the end of the Reg 19 process. Can this be done? Or potentially, do we need a partial or full plan review, given those facts, after the publication of the plan? Some quick questions. I note under Reg 18, the intro, vision, and objectives doesn't record responses to representations that they will be published shortly. Can I ask why this is not in the public domain now and for the Scrutiny Committee overview? How will our local plan be adjusted to reflect the new government's commitment to doubling onshore wind energy by 2030? It's not clear to me how that is inculcated into our plan. Achieving net zero carbon for new residential dwellings through energy standards established by the LETI, or the Low Energy Transformation Initiative, under policy CN3 is critical for our district net zero ambitions and improved local plan. Written ministerial statements suggest our high ambition energy carbon may not be entertained. So in view of that, what is this committee's view and what are the contingent thinking that we need to take? The fabric first approach to minimise energy demand to be given priority leaves flexibility perhaps in terms of the fabric fifth approach as espoused by Octopus Energy might be the way forward. Authorities' monitoring report has a range of indicators, and I note under, for example, NE 16 that it does not mention the full motion to protect our local rivers. In other words, what it does indicate is a focus on the River Itchen only. Why does the local plan not seek to preserve water quality in all rivers, the Diva, Hamble, Meehan and Test? Surely all rivers need protection. Biodiversity and National Environment Policy chapter. I could have picked other chapters. I've picked on that one. The background does not refer to our nature emergency declaration, only the climate emergency at 7.1. Can this be addressed? The ecosystem services explained in the glossary. The ecosystem service approach highlights nature services as important. Our planned approach and explanation of this is messy. Biodiversity net gain and the emerging county local nature recovery strategies won't cover this. Can I ask for consideration for us to look at the South Downs National Park Policy SD2 and adopt the same approach? After all, 40% of our district overlaps with South Downs National Park. And that perhaps reinforces the need to achieve consistency of avoiding and reducing harm to the welfare of our environment and the community. There also seems to be inconsistency in the response to public representation about the need to protect valued landscapes. The planning response to the Reg 18 talks about the NPPF does not recognise valued landscapes, and yet in para 7.2 it talks about valued landscapes. Are we protecting or not our valued landscapes? Hopefully we are, and can we have a definition, please? The Housing Builders Federation showed that there's many failures, a failure to link new housing with infrastructure, which we've just talked about. So can I ask for reassurance from this committee that this is really going to be looked at and considered in our plan? And with that in mind, energy mapping and ecosystem tools to strengthen our evidence base is needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Godfrey, please.
Thank you. Must be getting to the top of the bill. Good afternoon. I wish to raise comments on specific policies and anomalies, and some of these, between Reg 18 and Reg 19. And I ask the Scrutiny Committee to investigate those further. Policy CN1, mitigating and adapting for climate change. The policy is welcomed, but it is at odds with the allocation of small rural sites in the plan. These allocations create unnecessary increases in carbon production, generate pollution, and have an environmental impact. Policy CN1 is at odds with these allocations. Policy NE5, biodiversity, states in paragraph 4.7, local plan has a vital role in preserving and enhancing existing ecosystems and wildlife habitats. Policy NE5 should increase biodiversity, but all the allocations in the rural areas will directly impact on the ecosystems and wildlife habitats. Explicitly, the policy states that development will only be supported when benefits clearly outweigh the harm to habitat, and yet this is not measured nor followed in the allocations in rural areas. NE7, settlement gaps. The retention of the Winchester-Littleton gap without change is welcomed. It's intended to retain the separate identity of Littleton as a rural settlement. And yet, para 12.22, W2 allocation of St John Moore Barracks area, intends to join the barracks development to Winchester Town. This is at odds with policy NE7, settlement gaps, and needs to be amended. St John Moore Barracks should be allocated as a separate settlement. Policy HE10, development in conservation areas. The principle is welcomed, but there is no practical way of delivering or measuring the acceptability of energy efficiency measures in a conservation area. It is totally subjective still. Policy H13, safeguarding traveller sites. Reg 19 includes two allocations in the policy for Carousel Park, both of which cannot be correct. What is going to be proposed for adoption? As part of SW01, there's a settlement boundary adjustment referred to earlier in South Wonston. No responses on South Wonston Reg 18 comments have been published. There were objections to the extension of the settlement boundary, for which no support was presented in Reg 18 nor in Reg 19. Its inclusion is an unexplained mystery that runs counter to several other policies in the local plan. The main SW01 allocation in South Wonston, there are many objections to the allocation of this site. Consideration of these objections and comments have not been published. This allocation would damage ecosystems and habitats, not enhance them. The site is inaccessible, located far from amenities, in an area with little local employment and only intermittent public bus services. Why is it still included? Allocation SU01 in Southern Scotland. The allocation in Southern Scotland was not included in Reg 18 There has been no public consultation on this proposal, and so no consideration of the comments that can have been expected. The concerns over infrastructure have been partially addressed with the start of a new wastewater pipeline, but not yet delivered. There is no confidence that this pipe will have sufficient capacity for the existing demand, let alone future demand. No mention is made of the frequent brownouts suffered in the village, nor the impact of all the additional car journeys that a new estate would require, as there is little well-paid employment locally. The allocation covers the whole 5.28 hectares site, enough for 120 or more homes, as was indicated in the Sheila. Why is the allocation not smaller to restrict the number of homes, so valuable rural land is not wasted by inappropriate density? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey, much appreciated. Councillor Jan Warwick, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to address the committee today. I represent Badger Farm and Oliver's Battery ward, which includes Compton and Shawford Parish Council. I would like to address policy W5 concerning Bushfield Camp, as outlined on pages 347 to 351 of the policy document. Local plans, as we all agree, are crucial for guiding sustainable development and ensuring that growth meets the needs of our communities while also protecting the environment. However, the allocation of sites within this plan requires very careful consideration to balance both economic development on one hand with environmental preservation on the other. Bushfield Camp in the document before you is designated as a landscape-focused employment area covering 43 hectares in the Compton Parish, Winchester City Gap. It is intended to serve as a flexible business and employment space envisioned as an innovation and education hub for the creative industry. According to Table B on page 263, Bushfield Camp is expected to provide approximately 11.8 hectares for employment use. This makes it the largest site for employment land, representing around 42% of the proposed employment space across the whole district. In comparison, sites like Central Winchester, Solent Business Park, Tollgate Sawmill and Morgan's Yard offer significantly less space. Allocating such a substantial portion of employment land to Bushfield Camp is a high-risk strategy, in my opinion. While a broad master plan has been approved by this Cabinet and outline planning permission is in progress, we must also consider the site's unique environmental attributes. In fact, these are really nicely described on pages 331 to 336 of Reg 19, which detail the exceptional environmental significance of this area. Bushfield Camp is uniquely positioned near the South Downs National Park, the River Itchen, and is a special area of conservation. Any development here will significantly impact biodiversity and nearby sites of national and international importance, such as St. Catherine's Hill. Furthermore, the potential impact of 5,000 daily vehicle movements on the local area and the motorway network remains undemonstrated by the developer, despite the requirements of both national and Hampshire highways. While Reg 19 mentions mitigation strategies for traffic, these plans conflict with Hampshire's most recent Local Transport Plan 4, which prioritises planning for people and places over vehicles. A car-led approach is not sustainable for future generations. Instead of encroaching on this ecologically rich area, I would ask that this site is designated for nature conservation within the plan. Supporting its wildlife-rich habitats would enhance our natural resilience to climate change, reduce carbon emissions and manage flood risks. As emphasised by Councillors Todd and Porter in their introduction to this document, our biggest challenge is climate change and the impact that has on nature. With a goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2030, developing over such a sustainable natural site with a car-led project would be a regressive move and is at odds with our policies. I urge the committee to reconsider the allocation for Bushfield Camp and prioritise sustainable and environmentally responsible alternatives that align with our climate goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Warwick, much appreciated. And Jeremy Gardner, please. Do we have Jeremy Gardner in the room? Yeah. Thank
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Jeremy Gardner on behalf of Taylor Wimpey Strategic Land. I should begin by saying that we support the draft plan's spatial strategy for distributing housing across a hierarchy of settlements based on their relative sustainability. The problem is that the plan does not quite achieve that, and we believe you need to look at this again to make the plan sound. Let me explain. Policy SP2 provides housing figures to be delivered in Winchester, the South Hampshire urban areas and the market towns and rural area. For the MTRA, about 3,850 homes. Policy H1 then repeats this distribution, although the MTRA figure is 3825, not 3850. Policy H3 then splits the 3825 homes in the MTRA into commitments and new allocations spread between 2 market towns, 5 larger rural settlements, 5 intermediate settlements and the remaining rural area. So far so good. The larger rural settlements are Colden Common, Denmead, Kingsworthy, Swanmore and Wickham. Swanmore moving up the hierarchy, and we support this. Policy H3 proposes new allocations of 610 homes to these 5 settlements. The table on page 389 states that all of these settlements were asked to identify new sites for 90 to 100 homes. At most, this would add 500 new homes, not 610. Problem number 1. Problem number 2, no new allocations are proposed in Swanmore. And by the way, at page 491, Swanmore appears as an intermediate settlement, which is an error. Problem number 3, for Kingsworthy, 2 allocations are proposed, but they're both for older persons housing, so no market or affordable dwellings are proposed there either, even though it adjoins Winchester. So how are the 610 new homes to be delivered? Only by 200 being allocated at Knoll, which is a small settlement in a rural area in the parish of Wickham, not at Wickham. This undermines the spatial strategy, which bases housing distribution on the sustainability of settlements, not parishes. And you've heard that the Parish Council is also concerned about this. We submit that the plan should be amended prior to its publication so that its allocations better reflect its spatial strategy. The 200 home allocation at Knoll should be deducted from the larger rural settlements total, leaving 410 dwellings. To address this shortfall, we suggest that new greenfield allocations of land for 90 to 100 homes should be made at Swanmore and Kingsworthy. We will be pleased to discuss with officers how that could be achieved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner, much appreciated. So that concludes our public participation section. Thank you for all sticking to the time so well. That's much appreciated. We're going to take a 10-minute recess while we consider the notes we've taken down on all of your points and stretch our legs before we go into the main body of the meeting. So we shall return in 10 minutes and well, make it 12:25 past 3. Thank you. Thank you. We will now recommence the meeting. I would like to thank all of our public participation speakers again for coming along today. So just by way of reminder to the committee, so we're considering whether the policy responses set out in the Regulation 19 plan are suitable to address the key issues which need to be covered, and importantly, whether they meet the 4 tests of soundness in the National Planning Policy Framework. Just to remind you, that is the evidence base robust and credible? Is it the most appropriate strategy when considered against alternatives? Is the document effective, and is it deliverable? I would ask that we focus our efforts on these substantive areas such as technical issues or fundamental flaws in the thinking behind some of the policies. Given the size and breadth of the document we have before us, we need to conclude it all in the meeting today, and we also have the draft Cabinet report, so you may wish to raise questions and make comments regarding this document. Again, we should focus on the key issues it covers and the tests of soundness. To clarify, this meeting is not to look at whether we like the policies or like the allocations, but to determine whether this is fit to go for consultation. The officers will be capturing our main points, and they'll fall into one of 3 categories: comments that are noted but require no further action, comments that mean the document will be altered before, such as issues with technical details behind the planning, and also comments that need to be taken away for review to be considered before deciding whether adjustments should be made to the plans. That's the 3 separate categories. The feedback and any recommendations made by the committee today will be reported to Cabinet meeting in September and then on to full council at the end of September, when agreement will be sought to consult on the final version of the Regulation 19 plan and the Integrated Impact Assessment and Habitats Regulations Assessment. Finally, if anyone is aware of typos in the document, some cross-references that need to be addressed or minor amendments, could I please that they direct these to officers directly rather than in today's meeting, just to save time because of the amount of questions we're likely to generate. So many thanks for that. So coming back to the agenda, we'll go on to consideration of the draft Cabinet report, CAB 3462, which starts at page 7 of the agenda pack. We're being asked as Scrutiny to comment on the proposals within the attached draft Cabinet report, which will be considered at the meeting on the 16th September. Councillor Porter, would you like to introduce the Cabinet report for us?
I think I did that at the first point because I wanted to just make sure we carried on from here and the questions were addressed.
Many thanks. Okay, so coming to CAB 3462, do we have any questions on the Cabinet report that's in front of us, please? Councillor Power.
Thank you, Chairman. My questions are centred on risk. So we need to look at the risks of challenge to this Reg 19 local plan. And from the speakers that we've had before us today, the major items are our reliance on other providers, such as Southern Water, and health services regarding GP provision, and challenges based on consultation with parishes and other agencies, and those are the 2 major items. Could we seek reassurance, please, on how those risks have been assessed and whether we are adequately protected? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Power.
The officers are going to answer the questions today, but perhaps I might intervene if it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. In terms of obviously how we have involved infrastructure providers, if I put them onto that category, so that includes Southern Water, obviously the Hampshire Isle of Wight ICB, other providers such as SSEN who provide our electricity. We've had extensive dialogue with those organisations, particularly with Southern Water and particularly with SSEN because they are obviously providing the power and the water, and likewise with the Hampshire Isle of Wight ICB. That information has fed into and will continue to feed into, because it's an iterative document, the infrastructure delivery plan, which basically is available in draft form at the moment. We know it needs some more work and we are basically turning our attention to it now. So that information is kind of involved in there. For example, with SSEN, we've got a connection meeting with them this week to talk about basically Pacific sites and obviously electricity network. And Southern Water, likewise, we've had extensive discussions with them about Sutton Scotney and Colden Common. In terms of consultation with parish councils, again, we have done a lot with parish councils, particularly with Wanston Parish Council regarding Sutton Scotney. Had numerous meetings with them to discuss, obviously, the way forward. Likewise, with Wickham Parish Council, we've had meetings with them, basically to discuss, obviously, the representations and obviously what actually happens in terms of next stages and our advice to them. So I'd like to reassure the committee that obviously we have done our utmost to obviously engage with obviously the infrastructure providers and the parish councils within obviously the timescale that we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clare.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions to do with the Cabinet paper. Can I quote the numbers? Thank you. 3.7, Regulation 19. May I first ask how the scrutiny comments will be brought forward to the inspector? 11.12, how does the strategic issues and options paper feed into Regulation 18 and 19? And I'm going to ask, how does that work for Wickham and other settlements? And I would like to ask, having heard all the people here today, are you happy with what's been said by members of the public? And can you or will you review it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clare. So in terms of the scrutiny recommendations, they will be an appendix to the Cabinet report that goes to Cabinet meeting and the full Council meeting, in a similar way to where we did with the scrutiny meetings for the Reg 18 local plan. So my colleagues are actually capturing those, and that will form an appendix. And obviously there will be an officer response to the points that are raised within one of those three categories Councillor Brooke has outlined. In terms of the SIP and the Reg 18 and Reg 19, they all flow into one, really. Basically, we started the SIP consultation to talk about which development strategy we should basically base our Reg 18 on and Reg 19. So basically, we've done a process of engagement. This will be our fourth round of public engagement on the local plan. So they all kind of literally flow into one another in terms of basically we build upon the evidence base, we take on board the comments, and obviously we develop the draft plan. So they all build in together. And in terms of obviously Wickham and the other settlements, they are based on the settlement hierarchy and the evidence base that originally underpinned the Reg 18 local plan. It was just the fact that we didn't include Pacific sites in there. Obviously for Sutton Scotney, it was because of the sewage issues. And Wickham, in terms of obviously the approach that the parish council at the time said in terms of Knoll. But obviously, in light of the representations that we received, we did put down a strong caveat that we would need to revisit that approach afterwards, which is what we did as officers. Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. In paragraph 2.1 of the Cabinet paper, we talk about the financial implications to the Council of the work that's been undertaken on this. And then in Appendix 4, we talk about all of the risks to the process arising from the change of government policy. Obviously, there's a significant number of policies that government have said they will change and some others that will come out of the woodwork. Are we happy that we have sufficient reserves, should that come about, that the Council can make sure that we still produce a compliant plan, please?
Thank you, Councillor Reid. We monitor the local plan budget extremely carefully in terms of basically our expenditure, and that's done each month with myself and the accountant. And basically we've forecast in terms of obviously future expenditure, i.e. one future expenditure is the local plan examination. So basically we've got money set aside for that. We've also got money set aside for the plan after this one in terms of basically the next local plan, because unfortunately once you finish this plan you have to start a new one. So the plan actually set aside for that. In terms of possible government changes, we don't know yet in terms of what can happen. There is rumours that the NPPF may be updated tomorrow. And obviously we will have to cross that bridge when we come to it in terms of what actually is that content, and obviously take a decision at that time. But we are trying our best to risk manage the local plan as much as we can. Obviously throughout the local plan production, we have experienced a number of changes to the MPPFs and obviously changes to the standard methodology. We had to pause work in the SIP because basically the government consulted again on changes to the standard methodology, and then the government at that time reversed that decision. So we're quite used to dealing with fluctuations, if I can call it that, in national policy. So we would deal with them each time.
Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, a couple of questions. One running on from what Mr. Fox has just said. It may indeed be the case that there's a new MPPF coming out tomorrow, in which case the cascade brownfield to greenfield that's currently in the plan may well be at some risk from that, quite considerable risk, if the new government follows through on its intent to promote building at a much faster rate than we've had so far. Linked with that, the issue, taking one specific issue raised by several of the speakers, one of the sites at Sutton Scotney, it was quoted as an extension to the settlement boundary. Could I just get a clarification that allocations, new allocations, are presumably different from settlement boundary settings? But putting that together with my previous point, if we're looking at saying that, okay, we will not risk the water situation at Sutton Scotney being exacerbated because it's greenfield site, it won't come forward till 2030, from tomorrow that may all change. That's quite a considerable risk, I would suggest. First point. Second point, looking at the strategic transport assessment, and I know this is not a piece of work that's been done by our home team, as it were, it's been done by the Hampshire team. I found that quite unbelievable to read in some respects. It in effect said the Hampshire Bus Service Improvement Plan doesn't really have any provisions that affect Winchester, therefore we'll ignore that. Whereas all our policies at the moment are to promote more active travel, more active use of public transport. It gave the impression on reading it that there are quite reasonable bus links from the market towns and the rural areas into Winchester. Well, a couple of the lines it showed there run 2 days a week. That's not acceptable as a promotable means of transport for employment use or any other use. So I would question the soundness of that report as it's been presented to us. As I say, that's in no way a criticism of the Winchester team. That's something that you've asked for, paid for, and been delivered to you. But I would suggest it is not as reliable as it might purport to be. So those are my two key questions for the moment then.
Thank you, Councillor Pett. Clearly at the moment what's been in the press is obviously the new administration's obviously priority on brownfield land over greenfield land. We're not blessed with loads of brownfield land in the district. If we are to meet the government standard methodology, we will need greenfield land. There is no way otherwise to deliver the housing numbers that have been set by government. And if the housing numbers tomorrow go up, basically we will need more greenfield land. That's a simple fact. We're not like a built-up urban authority which has got lots of previously developed land. In terms of obviously how we deal with allocations, where they're kind of small scale, and I'll put it like in villages, etc., the intention is to change the settlement boundary to include basically that allocation. In terms of the strategic transport assessment, we've employed obviously a competent company, Hampshire County Council Trading Arm, to produce that strategic transport assessment. That's what they do, their bread and butter. And obviously they are obviously working closely with Hampshire County Council Highways to obviously kind of bring us a robust piece of evidence base. I appreciate that obviously some of the bus services perhaps are not as frequent as what we'd like them to be, but obviously that is part obviously down to Stagecoach and obviously partly down to where the development is actually located and the viability of those routes, which obviously is partly related to how much development or growth in the future those settlements will have to obviously help sustain a bus in the future. So I hope that well, I sincerely know that the strategic transport assessment is a robust piece of evidence because of, like I say, who's actually we've appointed to actually conduct it and prepare it.
Can I just come back on that then? Yes, the assessment is sound in terms of this is what is available today to support your plans for tomorrow. But rather than offering any realistic mitigation for a transfer of modes to public transport, or indeed of accommodating the traffic generated by a lot of the developments in the plan, it is woefully short in mitigation measures that would be sufficient to do that. But then in effect goes on to say, but we'll do the best we can and get on with it. Is that really a sound plan?
If I may, I'd politely kind of encourage you to look at the local plan in terms of obviously the way that it's been structured, particularly the transport section, which is very much focused on active travel. The design process, basically making sure active travel is basically built into the design process right at the beginning. In other words, you've got to put your active travel hat on to basically look at how and where the bus stops are located, what kind of cycling provision there is. So the whole plan is based on basically trying to prioritise active travel over and above the private car, rather than just basically providing perhaps another arm to the junction and increasing obviously the ability for you to move from A to B quickly in the first couple of years, but then basically the capacity is taken up. So we've tried to reprioritise active travel over and above, and hopefully that comes across too in the strategic transport assessment, which is vision led onto basically things like LTP4, the local cycling walking infrastructure plan and things like that. So I hope I can reassure you that it's taken very seriously by us about how we can prioritise active travel over the private motor vehicle.
Councillor Laming.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify a couple of other points on the transport side. This side of the city that I represent, we have tremendous transport problems at the moment. So have you assessed those with the new local plan on proposed developments within the area? Because there is a distinct lack of amenities on that. And that brings me to the infrastructure of doctors and dentists and all that, because that's a big major problem in our area. And I'd appreciate your views on that. And the other main point that I would like to make at this particular time is, with the previous government, they were trying to push brownfield sites rather extensively, and they included golf courses and garden centres, which we haven't included any of those in our emerging plan. What would happen if the government decided to change that? Would that affect this emerging plan?
Okay, in terms of the way the strategic transport assessment has been prepared, it's very comprehensive. You look at the existing baseline situation in terms of obviously things that have already got planning permission, and basically look at that in terms of business as usual. You then look at basically what's the impact if you put the local plan allocations on top of that. And then thirdly, you look at the mitigation that would need to come forward basically with those allocations. So it's a three-stage approach, and it's kind of tested and verified at each stage by Hampshire County Council as the Highways Authority and National Highways as well. And that model needs to be validated and agreed basically for you to move forward. So it's a robust and systematic process that goes forward, and it's the way that everybody does kind of transport assessments. So hopefully that reassures you. In terms of GPs, like I say, all I can reassure you is that those discussions have taken place and will continue to take place right up to the Rec 19 local plan stage, because we do appreciate that obviously access to GPs is fundamentally important, and other services such as that. And in terms of brownfield sites, we can only go on obviously the definition in the MPPF at the moment. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, the next day, or how it's going to change. We will just have to react to that as and when it comes.
Thank you. It's just that our ward is affected by the fact that it's a main diversion route for the M3 when it goes on diversion, and that adds to the woes with an already existing high overcapacity road system.
Thank you. Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. So a tremendous amount of work has clearly gone into all of these documents, and sort of wading through some of that, you start to try and look at what the big picture is that we're looking at here and try to hone down, just how the impact of all of these changes will be to the built environment. Bringing with net zero brought to 2030 for the district has implications, and in reading through the plan, there's clearly a lot of very welcomed climate emergency policy within that. But when you're reading it, I felt myself grappling to try and find out, well, what is the implication of all of this? How viable is all this? And in the absence of enough paperwork already, I then turned to the viability report that Dixon Searle produced. And I found myself feeling slightly uneasy around certain aspects of the viability underpinning the plan, particularly around affordable housing, and wondered if you could please comment on that and whether you share my concern, not least of all because that report has a huge amount of assumptions that have to go into it. It is the way of these things work, and obviously they've modelled these outcomes. But it does seem to me that 40% affordable housing becomes pretty, expensive, and wondered if you could please comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Clearly, the local plan viability assessment is a very specialised piece of work that they do. We've appointed a very reputable company to do that, who've got experience across the UK of doing that work just for local authorities, and obviously have defended local authorities' examinations. So again, I'm confident in its robustness. In terms of obviously how we deal with costs, that's hopefully explained in the local plan viability assessment, particularly around obviously the assumptions around letting and the assumption around obviously what they've made at obviously that particular moment in time, and what assumptions they've had to make about nutrients in terms of obviously what we know at the moment. And obviously we know that obviously we are bringing forward changes to our wastewater treatment plants ourselves, and obviously there will be obviously changes themselves that Southern Water will need to make by 2030. So in terms of obviously the costs, again, they will come down. The policy in the Reg 19, similar to what it is in the Reg 18, is very clear about basically the starting point is the 40%. And obviously that there are obviously unusual and unique situations in this district that have necessitated obviously a reduction in that. But obviously hopefully that situation will change, because basically obviously like I say, there are plans on the horizon to change the technically achievable limits in the wastewater treatment plants. We've obviously got money from government to upgrade our wastewater treatment plants. So again, there are kind of, there's glimmers of kind of light at the end of the tunnel in terms of what's actually happening. But I do feel that the local plan viability assessment is there. It's still basically going to be another iteration basically before we go to the Reg 19 local plan, because they've got to look at individual sites, etc. But it's done by a robust, defendable company that this is their bread and butter. That's what they do. So I'm quite confident with its findings, and we've done it at each stage of the local plan. A lot of local authorities do it just at the Reg 19 stage. We've done it at all different stages, so it's fed into, which is why I'm confident with it. It's fed into all different stages of the local plan preparation.
I'd like to ask a question. So the known unknown, of course, is tomorrow's NPPF update from the government. And in the Cabinet report, there's the delegated authority to strategic planning manager and the portfolio holder for any main changes. If there is something significant tomorrow, which is the known unknown, will that directly fall under that recommendation? Or if there are significant changes, do we have a plan in place for how we will bring that back prior to the 6-week consultation period?
Yeah.
To be honest, we've looked at the risk of various options, but we have no idea until possibly tomorrow or the day after what those options would be. I think we would have no alternative if they were major to bring them back. We would have to look at them again, if only because of the legality of the plan. But we have no idea what those would be. If they were, if we were dealing with the matters we're here dealing with today, then I don't see any reason we would bring it back. But if there was something really major, we may have to. And actually, what the paper does, it gives us the opportunity to do that if we wish to. But if not, we'd need to keep going, because the risk of not having that plan out to public consultation before Christmas and then going forward to the inspector by June next year means we wouldn't have a viable plan. And so that's important. But if it were major, we would expect that to be tied up with a variation in the timetable as well.
Thank you. Councillor Todd.
Yeah, just to clarify that, I think our default is that we would, if something major happens tomorrow, the Cabinet timing of September the 16th, because bear in mind there's quite a long gap before we get there, would still be held. I think what might then happen is there might have to be revisions to some of the papers, but I think, or certainly my hope would be, that we would try and bring that back for scrutiny if that were at all possible within the timing. So our goal would be to use August to address any points that come up, if that is possible. If it turns out that there is, such a seismic change that we would need to be reopening all our allocations policy or other such things, then the timing becomes challenging. But our default, and this is something that we believe to be possible because we've worked to the standard methodology. We've never pretended it was going away, as some authorities have, and we've had a buffer on top. Our default is that and Appendix 4 goes through those points in more detail. So we have done the exercise of reading the Labour Party manifesto, understanding, carefully scrutinising comments that have been made by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Chancellor in terms of their intentions on planning, and trying to assess whether, from what we've heard so far, that would lead to substantive changes. So far, we're confident, we believe it won't, but the Chancellor is speaking as we sit here, and we're likely to have at the end, the revised NPPF tomorrow. And so if there's been a dramatic change, either way, we will come back to councillors and frankly the public as well about how we will respond. But our default is that we are still aiming for that September 16th timing. And if it is something, I think, substantial and material that would need to be reflected in the Cabinet paper, we will ask you, Councillor Brooke, to call an emergency or an unscheduled scrutiny meeting to make sure it can be properly reviewed.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Do we have any other questions on the Cabinet paper? Councillor Langman.
Yeah, one further one. We're talking about building standards. At Planning Committee, we're told now that we have to adhere to the national planning policies, where we were asking for level 5, the national asked for level 4. In the new plan, we're looking at a LETI standard. Will we be able to enforce that?
So at the examination, the inspector will test that policy, see it and free, against obviously the NPPF, any written ministerial statements and things like that at that time. Obviously, we don't know what this new administration is going to do in terms of energy efficiency standards and things like that. But at the moment, we are going ahead, including that policy in the local plan, but it will be tested at the examination, and we'll know one way or the other whether or not the inspector allows us to keep that policy or not in the local plan.
Yeah, but if we accept that policy, will we be able to enforce it?
Well, if the inspector basically agrees with obviously our approach that LETI is a good approach to keeping the local plan, and basically obviously subject to the agreement of full council agreeing the plan at the end of the process, then obviously it will be something we can take into account. But obviously it's still got a long way to go in terms of getting through the examination process.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
We had a lot of questions about availability of the comments from the Reg 18 consultation and the responses to them. Can you, I know, because I've been on there, that several thousand of these comments are now available on the Winchester local plan website, but several hundred are still missing. Can you comment on this, please?
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. It's been a monumental task putting the reps on the website. They are there. I don't think there's hundreds missing. There are some missing, and those gaps are being plugged as quick as we can. We do need to make sure that obviously they've been double checked and triple checked, because obviously sometimes we're waiting for further information from an agency to clarify it. There's some quick wins, like I say, we're working through them, and they certainly will be available. Bear in mind that we are 2 months ahead of the Cabinet meeting, and by the time the Cabinet meeting goes, they will certainly be there. But like I say, I hope that they will be there well before then. But basically, we've had an awful lot of work to do to get us to this stage. So we're working literally as flat out as we can to get them up as quick as we can.
So there clearly is, they haven't been very easy to find on the website for a lot of folk. We've had a lot of comments that people haven't been able to find these. What can we do to improve that?
Again, we've tried our best on Have Your Say, basically the new local plan website. If you click on obviously the Winchester new local plan website, we can obviously put that link clearly in the CAB papers. We can put it out. I can speak to Jade about how we can advertise that more fully. But obviously, like I say, we feel that we've done our best to advertise where they are. There is a track change version of the policies. I went through at the all-member briefing how to access them the other day, and we need your help and support to also direct people to where they can find them. But like I say, I'll speak to Jade and the comms team to see what else we can do to advertise where they are.
Do we have any other questions on the Cabinet report? No. Do we have any debate on the Cabinet report then? No. Okay. So on the Cabinet report, we were asked to comment on the proposals within the attached draft Cabinet report. We have noted within our discussions that this is subject to change based on several unknown variables.
Everybody's revealing.
That's up to them. So thank you for your engagement on that. So we've noted it, we've discussed it, and then we'll come on to the next item on our agenda. Many thanks. So now we're coming on to consideration of local plan topic chapters. So the local plan topic chapters start on page 61 of our agenda packs. Previously, I have chunked down the local plan topic chapters into logical page numbers, and I found that members are struggling to find whether their question fits into that page number or another one. So this time, I'm just leaving it as open as this is the topic we're asking questions on. So, coming on to the first appendix 1 of the local plan, comments on the intro and foreword at all, from page 61 to page 86. Do we have any comments on that section at all? Councillor Porter?
Yes, we've actually discovered there's a minor typographical error. There's a paragraph that's been missed out. It's going to be added back in. So we'll be sending that out to everybody so that you've got a slightly revised forward. Okay. We made correction and the wrong bit came out, so we're just going to make sure that you've got the absolute final version of that.
Many thanks, Councillor Porter. Does anybody else have any questions on this initial part up to page 86, please? No? So going on to the vision for the area, that starts on page 87 and goes on to page 100. Do we have any questions on the vision for the area at all? Wonderful. Coming on to carbon neutrality and design for the low carbon piece, from page 101 to page 130. Do we have any questions on that section, please? Councillor Wallace.
It was mentioned earlier that I'm not sure if this is the right put it in nature and climate. We talk a lot about the climate emergency and throughout the report, but there's less on nature. Should this be included, and I don't know if I'm speaking at the right point, but should this be included? Should there be more on the nature emergency in the MPPF? In the plan, sorry, in the plan.
Councillor Porter.
I believe there's a significant chapter on nature emergency and the natural environment. So I'm struggling to find out why there's a deficit, in your opinion. If any of the officers wants to make any comment, but certainly it's a very, very important part of the local plan.
So the biodiversity piece is page 201 to 254, so we will get there.
Okay.
Do we have any further questions on the carbon neutrality and design for low carbon piece? Would you like me to pause a moment? Excuse me. Okay, we'll come on to the living well piece. So that's page 131 to page 182. Does anybody have any questions specifically on the living well piece? Councillor Reid.
Sorry, does that encompass pages 164, 165? I didn't quite catch that.
It's page 131 to 182.
And it does, thank you.
That's all in the living well piece.
Could I just ask about strategic policy D2 on page 165, please? As chair of the Winchester Town Forum, would like to know what input the Town Forum can make to the design principles for Winchester Town. The Town Forum's not a statutory consultee, but still I think members of the Town Forum would welcome the opportunity to comment on that, as we have in previous years. So yes, what contribution can we make, please? I feel there is a role for the Town Forum in that particular area.
Who would like to respond to that question?
I'll start. What we are doing is, in terms of design generally, we've got a high quality places SPD at the moment. We are working with our design officer to bring forward a design code, which basically would cover the whole of the district, and that will be consulted on, and there will be opportunities to become involved in that process. That work's just starting off now. We're just kind of gaining our intel in terms of how you produce a design code and what actually goes into it. So I would hope that obviously the Town Forum and obviously City Winchester Trust get involved in that process. My colleague Khalifa is leading on that to basically create and develop obviously a design code for the whole of the district. So that's what we're going to do in the immediate future, is basically roll forward. And obviously the high quality places SPD does work, and it is being upheld successfully at appeals, etc. So it's a robust document. What it needs to do is obviously we've undertaken a gap analysis to work out where basically we need to improve things, and one area, for example, is the climate side of things, which basically it was produced before the climate emergency and nature emergency, and how we embed that into obviously a design code. So that work is in hand at the moment, led by my colleague Khalifa.
Thank you. Could I request that you may want to come along to the Town Forum and talk to members? I think we'd find that really valuable at the right stage in the process, please.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. We've talked about SPDs. Would you like to explain the role of SPDs as we move from this local plan to the next one, please? Just for clarity, so everybody understands the process.
Okay, so at the moment we've got a number of supplementary plans adopted against the current adopted local plan. The government in the levelling up, the previous government, I should say, in the kind of levelling up act, obviously said their intention to change supplementary planning documents into supplementary plans. And we're waiting for secondary legislation to come out to explain exactly what that means and how you basically enact a supplementary plan. It is important to state that a supplementary planning document that we've got basically approved at the moment, obviously against an adopted local plan policy, doesn't kind of fall away basically when the new plan's adopted. It's still got material consideration, but obviously its weight is not as significant as obviously when it was adopted against a parent policy. So all I can say is we're waiting for secondary legislation from the government on the role and basically what we should do with supplementary plans, and then we'll know more information. But we are waiting on the government to issue that secondary legislation.
Thank you. Any other questions on this section? My question on this section is I've been banging on about since the very first workshops we had when this process first began, that I live near the ugliest flats in the whole of the area, and they are just outside Winchester District, but Winchester was heavily involved in the planning and design of these flats. Local residents refer to them as prison blocks and regularly drive past saying that's the ugly flats. How do we prevent this, talking about design code going forwards, that this type of situation arises? Because it really is an eyesore to the whole area, and they were so poorly designed that the entire roof blew off one of them in the last year, the year before, when we had the strong winds, because the design was that poor. So how can we prevent this happening in future?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that you have to drive past a place that's obviously described as ugly, because nobody wants that at all. Secondly, obviously, I hope within the local plan we really strengthen the design process that we want developers to go through. And what that is basically we want developers to document clearly why they've made a decision about certain elements. And I want them to put on, I describe different hats to go through that design process and say, why are you doing something? Why is it that particular style? Why is it that particular design? Why is it that orientation? What have you done to address the issues? So I'm hoping the new local plan basically more robustly requires developers to do that. We've got more design policies in there than basically we did have in the adopted local plan. Since then, obviously, the government has been very clear, or say the previous government has been very clear about raising the bar on design. So I'm hoping that obviously those situations won't happen where we can say that's an ugly building, because that's not what we want. We want to basically be proud of where we live and obviously be kind of think actually that's a good building. I'd like to show somebody that really excellent quality building and be proud of it.
Thank you. Just as a way of follow-up to that, I also, so while I'm in the don't make ugly buildings camp, I'm also in the don't be too prescriptive camp. So I've got a foot in both, I'm afraid, because I'm a very strong feeling when I drive around and then when you go anywhere in the country and go, that looks like a Taylor Wimpey building development, that looks like a Red Row building development. And I really struggle that we're losing a lot of our local Englishness. If that's can coin, you know, you don't have the individual built houses in the same way, which is why I've always been such a strong advocate for self-build, because it brings back some of that individuality. So how can that be worked into the process, that it doesn't just conform to this is a Taylor Wimpey style house, this is a Red Row style house, this is a Bloor Home style house?
Again, another good point, Councillor, but hopefully that's built into, I'm just looking at policy D2, which basically has got a specific criteria that says responds positively and reform and reinforces the pattern of development in the neighbourhoods of the city. So we're saying to people basically, what is the characteristic of that area? Basically, not just, we don't want just basically a design kind of imposed on us that basically is a stock design. We want basically people to demonstrate that they've actually clearly thought about the design in its context, because I do think the local context is really important, and hopefully that comes across in all the strongly worded policies that we've got in the Reg 19 local plan.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions on this? No? We shall move on to the next section then, which is our transport and active travel, page 183 to 200. Do we have any questions on this section, please? Councillor Laming.
Thank you. I must admit I'm quite in favour of the 20-minute neighbourhood, but we're looking at major housing at Abbots Barton, we're looking at major housing going on the ATR site, but there doesn't appear to be any employment in that area at all that's been allocated. So could you explain the reasoning behind that?
Well, we've done a separate employment study that's available on the internet that shows obviously our demand for basically employment floor space. Clearly, Bushfield Camp is a key ingredient in that kind of demand and that forecasting that the consultants have done. And obviously, it's basically trying to provide the employment in a kind of area where basically, obviously, the demand is. It's often a struggle to provide basically a mixed-use site with basically employment on it. Obviously, there are examples in the district of that, but basically it's a struggle to kind of provide those kind of mixed-use sites in the district. And obviously, you need a site which is quite big to provide that mixed use. And all of our sites are actually fairly small. But obviously, like I say, we have done work on employment needs assessment, and obviously, like I say, a part of that need is already in existing permissions and obviously Bushfield Camp. And obviously, the way that obviously we work and live has changed dramatically since COVID. Obviously, a lot of us are working from home some of the week. So in terms of obviously that employment space, that has changed in terms of obviously the need for office development and things like that, because people are doing hybrid working. They're not necessarily going into the office 5 days a week. So the actual demand itself has changed dramatically since I've been here in terms of obviously that need and supply.
You mentioned the change from employment to mixed use. That worries me to a certain extent, wherever the employment use is changed to mixed use, because you're then adding retail into it, and we, under the current scheme, can change the retail directly into housing without too much of a problem, and therefore we need to be able to control what we're doing on the outskirts of the city so we're not destroying the centre of the city's business.
Very much so. I echo your thoughts, and in the vibrant economy topic, which we've not yet got to, we've included specific criteria there about supporting obviously the high street and making sure that obviously we don't undermine it by basically having permitted development right, basically undermine the high street by having kind of interspersed with residential. So there's specific policies that's been introduced in this plan as a direct result of obviously discussions with the consultants. So there is, in the vibrant economy chapter, which we've not yet got to, there is a specific policy in there. Because we do appreciate, obviously, the PD rights have changed dramatically.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thank you for that response. It's just that the other part that people are worried about in that particular area is the infrastructure, which is under tremendous strain at the moment, and that's why we were looking at the transport arrangements.
Thank you. Councillor Atchell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 189 regarding the 20-minute neighbourhood. Is that in reference to the city centre, or does that include places like other towns, Waltham, Jays, Whiteley, that type of areas? And are you confident that 20-minute neighbourhood will still work in the future?
Thank you. We've incorporated the concept, and I'll call it a concept, of 20-minute neighbourhoods. Places like Winchester Town work very well in terms of obviously accessibility, but we do point out in the plan that it doesn't apply to the whole of the district, because we appreciate particularly the south of the district is not easily as accessible in terms of obviously train stations and buses and trains and things like that. So it is a concept. We're not saying basically you've got to live in a 20-minute neighbourhood. What we're saying is the principles are good, that where you can access things by walking, cycling and things like that. That's the concept we want to go with. And it's successfully applied around the country basically to do that, to reduce down the car trips. But we do appreciate we've got a totally different kind of dispersed district in terms of rural and obviously urban nature. So it doesn't apply everywhere. And we've tried to make that point very clear in the local plan.
Councillor Paul.
Although, of course, the consideration of that is running through every single development. So that's why there's a hierarchy of developments. That's why it's measuring how far it is from school, from a bus service, from a nursery. All of those things provide employment too, from a hairdresser. All of those things are part of how we live on a day-to-day basis. So that is very much part of the assessment, the sustainability assessment. and it's one of the key things of what's driven the sites that we have got. And we are rejecting sites that don't have any of those things. It's surprising when you stop and think about what an area has, what employment it provides. A petrol station, having space in your own home to actually work from home some of the days of the week, and a good bus service on others is a perfectly reasonable way to work nowadays.
While you've raised the hierarchies, we had a few questions during the public comments regarding the issues with the hierarchies that we'd had, particularly in Colden Common. Trying to flick through my notes, but there were a couple where the hierarchies needed some guidance, some updating, and were wrong. I'm aware we had similar in Denmead, but that was corrected. So could I have comment on whether they've been looked at, whether the engagement you've had, and how they'll be adapted moving forward?
Thank you. So the settlement hierarchy is always a contentious issue in terms of who's got a shop and who's got things like that. We certainly endeavour to make sure it's as accurate as possible. Obviously, if there are inaccuracies, please tell the policy team, obviously, where you differ, and obviously if you've got queries, we heard some queries earlier on about Colden Common, and we can clarify those. We're open to ideas in terms of how we are, as hopefully been proved by Denmead, where we addressed an issue that was identified to us. But obviously those local people know the better than us, because obviously they live there. So please let us know if there are inaccuracies, and we will have a look at them. Yeah, but we don't think there are any inaccuracies, but please, if you think different, tell us.
I believe we have addressed it. We have got 3 different levels of hierarchy. We've made it very clear which of the 2. So after we go for Winchester Town and Whiteley, we've then got Alresford and Bishop's Waltham being the next level down, and then we move into Wickham, Kingsworthy, Colden Common, the places where we have good facilities, and Wickham actually has got the best of those by far, but they don't quite equate to Alresford and Bishop's Waltham, which is why they're next in the next hierarchy, and then we have a lower hierarchy. So I think we have addressed those, and we've taken on board everything the public and our local councillors and parish councillors have said, and we've continuously updated it as necessary. So I believe we have a robust decision-making process for that hierarchy.
Thank you. Just things like there were concerns about, it said there were 2 shops and there was only 1, for example, and I'm not sure if that was updated, if it would affect the hierarchy, but again, just if they can contact you and directly liaise with them, that would be much appreciated on correcting that. Councillor Pett.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to come back to the theme I touched on earlier. I do congratulate the team on the emphasis on 20-minute neighbourhoods and the permeability for active transport and all that sort of thing. I'm really registering my frustration, or our collective frustration, I suspect, that we, by virtue of the lack of linkage between ourselves and Hampshire as the Transport Authority, end up having to build in locations where, despite all those good efforts at making provision for active transport, the quickest way by far of getting from North Whiteley to Winchester is jumping in your car. And without any greater support from Hampshire as the Transport Authority, that is ever going to be the case. And we end up actually developing, by virtue of having to, sites that go contrary to our policies of trying to get greater use of active travel and public transport.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. Everybody thinks that Hampshire provides the buses. They don't, of course. They're provided by private providers in the majority of cases. And one of the things we have been doing is very seriously considering the pathways that these major bus routes would take. So that has been a consideration in the process. Because if you have a poor bus route or a bus route that's not as good as it could be, then adding to people along that route has proved very successful in other areas. So Alresford had a very poor bus service into Winchester, and then a series of properties, a series of places were built along the way, and it's now a very successful bus service that operates even at late at night on a Sunday evening. So I think we can be realistic about the fact there is a commercial opportunity here, which we must address as part of the infrastructure plan. We cannot expect someone to come along and put in a bus that does nothing. We've been working very hard on that in Kings Barton, and I know we have on the other 3 MDAs, to make sure that actually any new services actually incorporate other communities as well, so that they get added value from that too, using an S106 process.
I was just going to say they need to be pump primed.
Absolutely, and the S106 process has been very much part of that.
On the new MDAs, because of the horrendous parking issues, because we don't have enough parking, just to say the bus service that used to run through mine had to stop because it couldn't get through. So then they stopped that service. So we are our own worst enemy on some areas.
Double yellow lines.
Councillor Power.
Thank you, Chairman. My comments also relate to planning. The makeup of households has changed. There are more adults living at home. They need to get to work. They certainly in Alresford, they probably need a car to get to work, even though they can walk to school and to the shops. In the past, we have been scuppered by the National Planning Policy Framework over requiring, I think, more than 1.5 parking spaces for a 3-bedroom dwelling, which is obviously inadequate if you look at the new developments in, I imagine, every market town without an adequate bus service. Are we going to be able to counter that so we do make proper allowance for parking, whether it's on the site of a property or close by, to actually ensure that new developments are not cluttered in the evening with so many cars parked on pavements that they become impassable? Thank you.
Sorry, before you answer that, can I just add on to the end of Councillor Power's question, something which I used to bang on to Mrs Pinnock about the size of garages and how they're counted as a parking space, but you can't physically get your car in them. So can I just tag that on to the end of Councillor Power's question, please?
I think obviously providing car parking is always a balance, isn't it? With the climate emergency, we want to try and prioritise the active travel for the reasons that we've stated and not try to plan around the car. And we want to change that emphasis through the design process to basically get people to put that hat on and go, right, where is the bus stop? Where is the public right of way and things like that? So we don't really want to plan for the car, but we know it's a reality that it's there. And that's always a challenge and a balance, isn't it, in terms of how we deal with it. Because we don't want car dominated developments, if I call it that, because basically that doesn't match with the council's climate emergency. But likewise, obviously, the comments that have been made about people parking on curbs, etc., is a reality. So it's always a balance, isn't it, in terms of where the site is and what's accessible. But hopefully, by the design process in the Reg 19 local plan, we are asking people to basically make sure that there is a viable alternative in terms of people who actually thought about the design, rather than basically making it very hard to get to a public bus stop or things like that. It's thought about in the design process to hopefully encourage people to think about catching the bus. I catch the bus to work because it's easy and convenient rather than driving in. And obviously, unfortunately, I can do that, but I do that. Out of choice. I could jump in the car if I wanted to, but I do it because basically I want to do it. But it's easy. It's got to be easy and convenient, hasn't it? And it's got to be frequent. But the demand and the patronage for the bus will only increase, obviously, if there is obviously a financial, incentive for that route to operate or operate more frequently. So it's one of those planning balances, isn't it, that we as planners have to deal with. But hopefully, through the design process in the local plan, we can deal with that properly, because it's got to be documented about why you've done something.
Chairman, if I may, that does not answer the question about the NPPF and how that has previously stopped us making adequate provision for car parking.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. If I can, I think you're probably thinking back to a day pre the MPPF when we had PPGs, and we had PPG3, which was a high density requirement, and it required a sort of a maximum of 1.5 spaces per unit. We have moved on from that, and we do have adopted car parking standards, which we apply at the moment under the current local plan. But what Adrian's saying is, in the emerging local plan, we're looking for that to be design-led rather than an overarching standard, so it won't be so prescriptive. So it will enable us, my development team at the application stage, to say, where is this site, what's this location? Indeed, in D1 it talks about the smart design and location of car parking, cycle parking, car parking and bus stop infrastructure, which goes to sort of the heart of your point. So it's very much in that design-led process. So I'm confident that's moved on since then, but it was a thing, so you're quite right.
Councillor Atwell. Councillor Lehman.
Moving on that thought of car parking, are we ensuring that every house has the access to a charging point for their electric car that the government wants us to have?
So in terms of EV, that's covered by the building regs. So we're trying not to repeat anything in the building regs, because basically there are requirements basically under the building regs about EV charging points. So basically I just defer to the building regs, because basically that could change, and it's easier to deal with it through that, because basically it's more flexible than the local plan that's going to be adopted to 2040, because things will change. Basically at the moment where it's EV, it could be hydrogen, but hopefully it's the building regs that basically are our go-to document.
I think everybody knows my view on hydrogen. The other thing is, are we looking at changing the standard car parking size? Because modern vehicles are much, much bigger than previous.
So we're not looking to introduce kind of car parking standards or things like that in the local plan, because it should be through the design process that basically applicants should demonstrate why they're obviously putting car parking spaces, where they're putting them, the size and things like that. So it's through the design process.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on this section? No, then we will move on to the biodiversity section on 201 to 254 of our agenda packs. Councillor Reach.
Thank you. In reference to policy NE9 on page 235, Roman 3, and also page 247, NE15, the paragraphs that follow, we talk about native species of tree. In doing some work with the Friends of St Giles Hill Park on regenerating the park and restoring it to its former glory, we've had specific advice from ecologists that actually planting of native species is no longer necessarily best practice. Climate change has progressed so far that native species are not resilient to the weather conditions which we get now. Have we taken the advice from ecologists and horticulturalists on this topic? Because it's quite a big deal if we're going to be planting these trees for the next 100 years. Thank you.
So looking at the policy, hopefully in criteria 3, the end of it says, unless there are appropriate and justified reasons for selected non-native species, to pick up on that very point, because obviously we're all aware of things like ash dieback and things like that. The more diverse can obviously have greater biodiversity as well. So hopefully that catch-all at the end of that criteria kind of picks up that point.
Thank you. It does. I guess my point was more we've defaulted to the idea of native species, which we all would prefer, and we've made exceptions for non-native. I think just in terms of climate resilience, we might need to challenge ourselves as a council as to whether we should start thinking the other way around. That in terms of resilience for climate, we need to start with solutions rather than make exceptions for them. Thank you.
All I can reassure you, Councillor, is that obviously we work closely with our ecologists to come up with the criteria that obviously we've got the Reg 19, and clearly obviously this is an evolving world, isn't it, in terms of where things are changing, and obviously our temperatures and things like that are changing. But I do think obviously it's an important point because obviously it does impact on overheating and things like that in terms of obviously the what you've got outside your house can affect how warm your house is inside. So it's a kind of circular kind of discussion, but it's a very valid point.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. Although the climate's changing, actually our animals and small mammals are choosing generally to eat the products of our native trees. So we mustn't forget them. I'm just mentioning that just for St Giles as well, just because I think our environment team will be very interested in following through some of the non-native trees, but we do still need to keep an amount of the native trees so that we actually do continue to feed the wildlife.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
I was just going to bring back some of the questions that we had from the deputations earlier. So I wanted to raise, there's three areas. First one was on NE5 and biodiversity and the statement that might, along with CM1, that might be at odds with rural small local sites. So if you could address that, please. The second one was about settlement gaps. There was a question on settlement gaps, both to do with St John Moores and to do with Curdridge and Whiteley. So if you can answer that one, please. And the third one, NE, was about on NE16. Why is only the Itchen referenced? So yeah, if you could address those, please.
Okay, let me deal with settlement gaps first. So we've got a settlement gap review that basically was undertaken by consultants. That's available on the internet. We specifically didn't look at Sir John Moore Barracks, the gap between Littleton and Winchester Town, and we've made that very clear in the report why we didn't look at that, mainly because there's a master planning process undertaken at the moment by the consultants, and obviously that will go through the concept master plan process. That in itself will help determine in a next local plan basically the settlement gap, because at the moment the settlement gaps actually includes a large part of Sir John Moore Barracks, the built development. Historically, it's obviously been there for some time. So the master planning process will help us define, obviously, a redefined settlement gap, but not in this local plan. So we will come back to that. In terms of Curdridge, in this local plan, there is no development happening in Curdridge. So, and there are defendable features on the ground, such as railway lines, tree belts, etc., like that. So there is no threat of development at this stage. If obviously at a later stage in the next local plan, as part of the reasonable alternatives, we look at obviously that area again. Basically, we will look at any associated need for settlement gaps, but at this local plan there is no threat of any settlements merging together, etc. So there is no reason to put a settlement gap there. And then in terms of obviously you're talking about conflict between two policies, it's important that the plan's read as a whole, and obviously CM1 is an overarching strategic policy, and obviously I think it was NE5, I believe you said. We read the plan as a whole and see obviously how obviously a development proposal obviously responds to that. So I don't think there are odds. Basically, there are obviously other policies in the plan that you need to read it together, but I think read the plan as a whole.
Councillor Bolton.
He's just got one more.
Sorry.
He's just looking at 16.
Just looking at one more, sorry, we're just trying to get apologies. Reference.
So NE16 deals with nutrient neutrality, and obviously for our district, obviously it is the River Itchen. I think you mentioned the person who's speaking mentioned the tests and things like that. Obviously, this policy is directly for our local plan in terms of obviously what we're affected by, which is basically predominantly the River Itchen. It's not the River Test and the other rivers that are mentioned. So that's why they're not cited in there. It's not downgrading the importance of the other rivers, basically in the kind of the county itself. It's just basically saying which rivers are affected in terms of nutrient neutrality.
Sorry, I'm perhaps not understanding that. We've got nutrient neutrality issues across the whole district. Do you mean just phosphates?
Yeah, so for the River Itchen, it's phosphorus and nitrates. And obviously, say that policy is trying to obviously deal with those issues in terms of things. So I can't have a policy on the river test and things like that because we're not affected by that in terms of nutrient neutrality.
Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the things that I noticed also in the viability assessment report was that an assumption had been made for biodiversity net gain, that it would be 100% offset credits. And just paraphrasing what you said earlier about the, we're lacking in brownfield sites and future development will have to include greenfield sites. It strikes me that biodiversity net gain is going to be quite a challenge going forward.
I think you're right in terms of biodiversity net gain. It's kind of uncharted waters. We are basically kind of like many other local authorities trying to understand what exactly it means. Clearly for some of our sites, particularly our previously developed sites, it's going to be a challenge. What we have done is we've done work with Push on basically looking at our Winchester City Council owned sites, what kind of potential they could have to improve their biodiversity net gains. And there are some quick wins that basically have been identified in that work basically to improve them. And basically that could be in the form of credits, etc. But I think like many other local authorities, we're still trying to kind of understand biodiversity net gain, what it actually means, can you provide it on site, how's it going to be kept for obviously 30 years, who's going to manage it, maintain it, how are you going to monitor it, etc. So I think it's very early doors that we're trying to basically understand exactly what it means. And obviously I will say that obviously we've been given no extra resources to do it, which is a challenge. Yeah, there's a national credit creams, and Hampshire County Council are dealing with a local nature recovery strategy, which again is looking at that area. So they are leading on that work, which will be consulted on shortly.
Councillor Laming.
Thank you. We had a submission from Siobhan Brophy. I'd like to ask just a little bit on that, where she states that wildlife sites and habitats, referring to the SSSIs. Would you like to make a comment on that? What she asked for on that?
Sorry, Councillor, could you expand on that a bit just to help us out?
Yeah, sure. It starts off with wildlife sites and habitats within this area and across the district. There are regional and local importance, include 17 SSSIs. It carries on for the rest of the paragraph down to the end of exist.
I think, Councillor Layman, while Adrian's looking that up, the sink is referenced in the W5 policy for Bushfield Camp. It talks about the existing sink, doesn't it? And as I think some of you will know, there's a candidate sink proposed for the remainder of the site, and we're looking at that through concept master planning. So I think, I'm quite confident that's being taken forward in that way. I suppose the wider question here is at the back, it's about the concept master planning process, and perhaps a criticism about how the community are engaged in that. And I think the Cabinet did agree back in June last year a concept master planning approach, and we've applied that to Bushfield at the moment, and we're looking at applying that to other developments in the local plan as they come forward. So we'll have to keep working on that and following that methodology.
The question really is how we are protecting our SSSI sites, and that refers to St John Moores Barracks as well as other sites, because I was under the impression under national guidelines we were trying to avoid building too close to these to avoid them being disrupted by people.
I think that goes back to the design-led, doesn't it, approach? So for concept master planning is the strategy and the approach, and then we've got those specific design policies that talk about how you design a site to have regard to all of those material planning considerations, including those. And there are particular policies in the NE chapter here, aren't there, that are you just coming to those that will pick up on those issues, you know, and you've got to read the plan as a whole. I think it goes back to Adrian's earlier point there.
Yeah, I'm just concerned with making sure the SSSIs are looked after as well as the sinks.
Thank you. Councillor Clear.
Thank you, Chair. May I just request page 217, policy NE4. Is it possible to make one small change? You have Wickham to Alton, Meehan Valley Trail, but that actually stops at West Meehan, doesn't go through to Alton.
Thank you, Councillor Clear. But as a reminder to everybody, if you have small amendments, could you email them directly to the officers to save time today? Thank you. But noted, Councillor Clear. It was raised by one of the public questions earlier about the South Downs National Park SD2 policy, and can we not directly adopt that? I don't know if you know off the top of the head what that policy is. And if you have a response to that about ecosystems.
Chair, with your permission, I think I can just start off by saying SD2 is the South Downs National Park's own policy, which does their plan is a landscape-led plan, and they've got an approach on ecosystem services. So that's their approach. We've got our hierarchy, haven't we, with the SIP, and I think that's the way we've taken it forward. So I don't think we can adopt a different approach or align with the national park. But yeah, ecosystem services will be part of our NE policy approach as a material planning consideration.
I appreciate the timing might not work on this one, but it doesn't seem to make sense. Nature doesn't know boundaries, so to have a different policy in one area to another adjacent area, it might be an opportunity going forward to, obviously the South Downs you'd have thought would be an expert in this. It might be an opportunity going forward to consider aligning on some of these policies where possible.
Yeah, I think obviously when we started this local plan journey, we did have conversations with the South Downs National Park, mainly because they just adopted the plan at that stage, and we did try to align as much as possible. And I do think the design approach picks up on many of the policy. Obviously, I'm looking at policy SD2 at the moment, which basically talks about joined up nature habitats, conserve water resources, manage and mitigate the risk of flooding. I do think they're all in there in terms of the local plan. Obviously, our plan's been structured around different topics, so obviously it's important to read the plan as a whole. But I do think obviously we are in a slightly different world to where the South Downs National Park are, because obviously their requirements for producing a plan is totally different to ours in terms of obviously very much nature-based. They're not in the market to produce homes, as they remind us many times. But I do think many of those points in policy SD2 are picked up in our policies. We may not have a policy that looks directly like SD2, but there are many things that we picked up in terms of the criteria for other policies.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on this biodiversity section? No, then we will move on to the historic environment, page 255 to 282. Do we have any questions on this section, please? Councillor Reach.
Thank you. On pages 270 to 272, paragraphs 8.23 to 8.33, we talk about buildings in conservation areas and the like. And we talk about development provided that it's responds sympathetically to this historic settlement and all that sort of stuff. we don't talk about the cultural offer. So just thinking about particularly the city of Winchester, so the town where we are now. It's very important that these buildings continue to be maintained and looked after and contribute to the cityscape and the things that make Winchester Winchester. But without reference to some of the kind of cultural activities that are within them, it's quite difficult to see how we continue to encourage that. Perhaps that sits outside of the document we're looking at today, but I'm just curious the interplay between that and the kind of vibrant places and all those sorts of things. So my question is really, are we giving enough thought and enough prominence to the cultural role that these buildings play, because we focus very heavily on the physical and the structural and the fabric? Thank you.
I think they're very valid points. All I can reassure you is that these policies in the historic environment topic have gone through a rigour with Historic England, and basically they've been exceedingly helpful actually in helping us draft these policies. I do accept obviously that they do play a cultural role, but it's obviously whether or not it should be in the local plan or not another strategy such as a cultural strategy. It might be more appropriate to basically include things like that in it to pick it up, and it's obviously what a local plan can actually do, and obviously, you know, can we refuse planning permission, you know, for that reason or basic thing. I'd rather defer to Historic England's helpful advice on the policies, and they've not raised that issue with us. It's not saying it's not important, but it's basically whether or not it could be dealt with in another way, in another strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Weiss, you had a question on this one.
Yeah, again, picking up a question from earlier, there was a comment that policy HE10, development in conservation areas, is subjective. Can you comment on that, please?
Again, it comes down to the information that we've got. These policies have gone through a rigour with Historic England in terms of developing them in association with our heritage officer. What I look at and what you look at may be slightly different, but hopefully there's a systematic way of basically going through it with the criteria to assess a proposal. And like I say, I'm confident with the wording of the policy, having gone through that rigour with Historic England and our heritage officer, that they are kind of transparent and open, and basically good fit for purpose policies and criteria. Yeah, and important to note that obviously there is very much legislative background with this in terms of conservation areas. So we are kind of dealing with a double side of things in terms of the local plan plus obviously the legislation.
Thank you. Yes, the historic environment is one of the few things that can actually be illegal, isn't it? So that's definitely in our favour. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on the historic environment piece? No. So then we will go through onto Homes for All, page 283 to 330. Do we have any questions on this section, please? One moment, please. We're just pulling out of our notes the questions from the public.
Okay, so there was a question on, I think it was H13 about two carousel park sites. Could you address that, please?
Mr. Overcheck, will pass that one to you.
So I'm just trying to find the policy so I can take you through it. Right, so what you've got in policy H13 is basically two lists of sites that are authorised on the left-hand side for travelling show people, and in the right-hand column for gypsies and travellers. And Carousel Park appears in both because it is authorised in terms of having planning consent, both for 9 travelling show persons pitches, which is what shows at the top of that left-hand table, and for 24 gypsy and traveller pitches, which is what shows later down the policy well, it becomes, is it in the left hand? Yeah, it goes into the left hand column, but under the heading of gypsies and travellers. So technically it is right. It has consent for both of those. Whether it can be used for both at the same time is another matter, but in terms of what the policy says, it is technically right.
Thank you. There was also reference to the numbers changing from Reg 18 to Reg 19. Housing numbers have changed, and specifically as well in South Downs National Park, they were originally allocated to have 500, and now there's only 350 in that allocation. Is anybody able to respond as to why that would be? Thanks.
I'll deal with South Downs. I'll deal with South Downs. So in the Reg 18 local plan, we did have allowance for 500 dwellings to come forward in the South Downs National Park. At the time, there was a site called Twyford Northfield, which had a care home based application, which had been granted planning permission. It was for 131 care units, and the conversion rate of 1.8 meant that we could count 73 dwellings. Since that time, a new application has come forward for the same site, and basically it doesn't include a care home. So basically we can't count the 73 dwellings which we were in the Reg 18 local plan, and that was approved at the beginning part of June. What we do know is that there was 107 dwellings in commitments which we can count, so we can count 107 dwellings. We do know that obviously the South Downs National Park are doing work on what's called a HEDNA, and that will bring forward allocations basically within the park, and obviously there will be windfall. We've been in extensive discussions with the officers from the South Downs National Park about what figure can we actually include which is robust in a Reg 19 local plan, and we've come up with a figure of 350 dwellings. What will be reflected in the Statement of Common Ground with the South Downs National Park is that they've got a different way of calculating it. They want us to change our standard methodology and to take off the park and basically put it onto the basically unmet need allowance. We as officers don't feel that that is a defendable position that we could take to the examination. So in the Statement of Common Ground, it will set out our different approaches to it and our assumptions to it, and that is in the Statement of Common Ground that basically we are sharing with the South Downs National Park, and that will be published by the time we get to the Cabinet meeting. It is a change because obviously the South Downs National Park will argue that they're part of their legislative requirement is not to produce houses. They are a national park and obviously safeguarding it. We've obviously got a number of settlements in the national park that's kind of split, part in, part out. But like I say, they're doing that work. Now, unfortunately, they're slightly out of step with preparing their local plan, so they don't want to commit at this stage to kind of any figures. Hence why the Statement of Common Ground is going to clearly set out our approach and their approach, and it is a Statement of Common Ground, it's not a Statement of Agreement.
Thank you. I just wanted to express concern in response to that actually the part of the ethos of building more houses is so that everybody has greater access to houses, and therefore it reduces the cost of housing for some of our first-time buyers. And of course in South Downs National Park, if they're only building 350, it sort of puts that disparity in pricing way out of sync, doesn't it? If you want to live in South Downs National Park, you're going to have to pay a fortune because there's no houses there. So I just wanted that on the record as a concern. Thank you. Do we have any other questions on this section? Councillor Atwell.
Thank you. I'm referring to page 322.9.86 and the Tynefield Caravan Park. There's currently an allocation for 18 traveller sites there, but it's going to increase to 30. I just wondered, there has been any consultation with the Parish Council, Whiteley Town Council? Also, member of the public mentioned there hadn't been any consultation with Wickham regarding traveller sites. Could you just comment, please?
Chair, yes, this policy hasn't really changed since the Regulation 18 plan, so the consultation was at the Reg 18 stage. I don't think the parish, I don't remember the parish council commenting on it. The policy actually got very little comment on it. So we have done calls for sites for gypsies and travellers and asked parish councils to put forward suggestions without a lot of luck. But this isn't a new site. Obviously, it's a site that's got permission and been used for travellers in the past. We're just trying to bring it back into that use and be able to make a bit more use of it and get a few more pictures out of it.
Councillor Porter.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to hear that they didn't feel there'd been consultation at parish level. We certainly know that we've had consultations and conversations with every parish about this, the challenge of gypsy and travel accommodation, and we've raised it at the parish briefings as well, which Councillor Tolder and I have always been at. We do know that we have a problem with our gypsy and traveller accommodation. We do need to supply more, and we've been looking at all alternatives. We welcome any suggestions from parish councils because actually there's complete silence on this matter when we bring it forward. And it's something we've raised with the planning inspector too, but we would welcome any conversation about those. In terms of Tynefield, it is a site which we have been looking at actively. We're not at any point of having that consultation with anybody specifically about detail at this point in time.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Wallace.
There was another question raised earlier about the numbers of housing and whether the numbered splits had been calculated correctly. I don't want to go through it all over again, but I don't know if you remember the question. There was referenced policies H1 and H3, and it was from Mr. Gardner.
I think the point that was being made was that the plan says, or the settlement hierarchy says that the larger settlements category of villages ought to have a target, or got a target of 90 to 100 houses each. But the numbers that are actually allocated to that group don't add up to that. And the reason for that, as the questioner explained, was that Wickham has more than its fair share, if you like, in terms of that number. Swanmore has less, and the reason some have got more or less is because that target is the ideal. That's where we started, if you like. But when we came to actually assess those settlements, we found that, for example, in Swanmore there wasn't a good site that we could allocate, so there were no new allocations in Swanmore, whereas at Wickham there was the opportunity of the site that's got a resolution to grant planning permission. So I think what was behind the question was, well, so you ought to be making more allocations at Swanmore and Kingsworthy, I think that the questioner suggested. We would say the reason that there are those differences is actually to get a consistent strategy and one that we can justify when we get to the examination, particularly in terms of Wickham and why that's had to have extra sites.
Thank you. Can I just add to that? There was also the question from Councillor Manuel about the Wickham sites, and that now their allocation has gone up to 300. I was going to ask this on the allocations site, section, but you've mentioned it. So it was the 200, and then there was the 100 homes that were put in because the 200 wouldn't come through, and now there's both, so they've got 300. I just wondered if there's a response to that.
So the Ravenswood application, which basically was granted planning permission at committee, basically which delegated authority, basically had community support. So we've identified that in the Reg 18, and we've still carried on with that in the Reg 19 local plan, because clearly that's a commitment, and there's discussions ongoing at the moment with Homes England regarding the signing of the Section 106 agreement. What came up in the representations, basically, when we consulted at Reg 18 stage, was basically developers challenging us in terms of our approach, and basically saying that Wickham itself, Wickham Village, had a range of services and facilities, and therefore basically we should be allocating a site in or sites in Wickham Village itself. We took independent advice about those representations, and basically as a result of that, we have identified 2 sites in Wickham Village, basically, to accommodate the required number of dwellings in there, basically the 100. Ravenswood is still in there, so yes, they have still got basically Ravenswood, which is 200 dwellings, and they've got 100 sites, 100 dwelling equivalent, basically on 2 sites in Wickham Village. But Wickham Village obviously has got a range of services and facilities, and that's what was pointed out to us when basically we consulted and developers pointed out that Wickham itself has got a range of services and facilities, and for that type of settlement to be consistent with the development strategy, we should be allocating the site basically in Wickham Village. So that's what's happened.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Bolton.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think picking up on something that Councillor Horrell mentioned earlier about the change from Reg 18 to 19, in terms of the difference between the push allocation on unmet need. Could you sort of explain why that's come about? And I did raise it on the local plan with Councillor Porter the other day, and just to clarify, if I wanted to make sure I understand this correctly, that although we get that number as an unmet need under the duty to cooperate, the allocation of that is purely down to our need within our district and not influenced by Portsmouth or Havant, where those numbers appear to have largely come from. If you could clarify those points, that'd be really helpful.
So it's important to say that since the Reg 18 was published, we've got 2 letters, duty to cooperate letters, one from Havant and one from Portsmouth, where basically clearly they say they cannot meet their need. So that has changed since the Reg 18 local plan. We've responded to them and said basically that we've got a signed statement common ground at push level, and we've got a spatial development strategy as well agreed at a push level, which basically looks at the push unmet need, and that's the way that we would like to deal with that kind of unmet need. We've obviously within the Reg 19 plan, similar to the Reg 18 plan, got an unmet need allowance, basically that kind of is over and above our standard methodology. Now that basically has changed since the Reg 18 local plan, mainly because the standard methodology changed. Basically it went down, so basically we were able to take advantage of that. So it has obviously helped us out in terms of basically our unmet need allowance. We have increased the capacity of some of the sites, so for example Courtney Road, west of Waterlooville, and things like that, and obviously Sutton, Scotney and Wickham, which we've discussed. So obviously that has helped our unmet need allowance increase. Now we feel that basically as officers that we do need to demonstrate an examination that we've got that basically unmet need allowance, because we do know obviously we've got 2 local authorities that have written to us and said they can't meet their housing need. So we do feel like we've got to certainly do something, because doing nothing, I think basically an examiner will look at it and say, well, you've got two local authorities that have written to you that they can't meet their housing requirement. What are you actually doing about it? So we feel that basically, along with obviously the work that we've done with push, that will hopefully demonstrate to the inspector that we are doing something in this local plan to meet that unmet need from particularly those 2 push authorities. But obviously there is a wider plan as part of the push initiative, how to meet that wider unmet need.
Just to come back on that, so I'm not missing the daft element in this, Emma, that actually it doesn't serve to alleviate the issue that they have in Portsmouth and haven't. It just means that we get more allocated. What happens if we can't? What if we can't meet that request? I don't understand what happens then, if you can tell me.
Sorry, it's a statement of common ground. Within the statement of common ground that we're agreeing with Portsmouth at the moment, and there will be one with Havant, we are again setting out our respective positions about how we're going to meet that obviously need. Obviously they've written to us, we've replied to them formally and said this is how we're going to kind of approach it, and it will be down to the inspector to obviously look at those views and what obviously we've done. We feel that we've done enough. Obviously others will claim that we should do more. But that's a judgment that obviously the inspector's got to take but we feel confident with the approach that we've taken in terms of obviously increasing that unmet need allowance in the Reg 19 local plan, and obviously having the agreed spatial position statement agreed at a push level about how that wider unmet need is going to be met. It's not just down to us as Winchester to meet that unmet need. It's important that obviously Portsmouth neighbours, other local authorities, and they've got to do their bit as well.
So just to clarify as well, then, so is there a risk that the inspector turns around to Portsmouth and Havant and says, pull your finger out, you need the housing there, not in Winchester? Because what we don't want is, you know, a load of people then having to commute all the way. They'll all need cars, they'll all need parking, you know, all the way down to Portsmouth. Yeah, okay.
I think that's a real risk.
Daft element
real risk that when they go to the examination, the inspector will look at that and obviously need to demonstrate that no stone is unturned, that they've looked at all possibilities. And again, we don't know what tomorrow's going to say in terms of the MPPF, but yes, it is a risk, a real risk for them going out basically with a plan that doesn't meet their standard methodology.
Councillor Porter, you wanted to come in here?
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify in our conversation actually the other day, Councillor Bolton was asking specifically, were there sites that we were allocating to Portsmouth and haven't? And I very definitely said no. This is a general addition that we've ended up with, partly because at the beginning we were around 715 houses per year, and we're now at 674 or 676, which means we've got that slight variation. We also always allow ourselves a little extra in case the sites don't come forward in the right time or they don't come right at the right speed. So actually what this does is provides an unmet need of an amount that we think is appropriate. We don't know where people live and where their 2 jobs are or 3 jobs in the household and how they work. So we definitely don't say that development's for Portsmouth and that one's for Havant. That's not at all the principle of it. But at the same time, both authorities asked us for a total of around 8,000 households. So this is a drop in the ocean in comparison. But if every authority helped out their neighbour a little bit, we'd all be much happier. I'm not suggesting it's a solution, but we also know that people that live here work in Portsmouth, and people that live in Portsmouth work here. So we know that there is a movement across, and it's reasonable to assume that there is some movement, either of perhaps one partner or both people.
So just to be clear, it wouldn't therefore mean that, you know, you allocate everything to Botley, for example, or something like that. It goes all over. Yeah.
And we have no way, we have in our statement of common ground, we are not satisfying their unmet need.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on this section, please? No? Okay, we'll come on to the economy then, page 331 to 376. Do we have any questions on the vibrant local economy? I know we briefly touched on it earlier. No. Okay, then we will come on to the last topic in this section. Oh, no, we won't. It's allocations next, page 377 to 388. One moment, please. We're going to pause there just for 5 minutes, stretch our legs before we go into the allocation section, which will be a long one. So if you can return here at 5:15, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you. So we're now going to move on to the allocations, which initially starts on page 377 to 388, and then continues on to Winchester City allocations, the Southampton urban allocations, and the market towns, as Councillor Porter mentioned earlier. So I will take each of those separately. The majority of the allocations were part of the Reg 18 scrutiny meeting, so I don't see us spending too much time on this because we have gone over these thoroughly in the previous scrutiny 12-hour meeting. So the only new allocations were the Wickham one, which we've already mentioned, and the Sutton Scotney one. But I will come through to see if anybody has any additional questions on any of these sections, but I don't plan on spending too much time on it. So does anybody have any questions on the first section, allocations 377 to 388? No? Okay. Oh, no, you're right. Winchester City allocations, sorry, 379 to 436. My apologies. So the only question we had really regarding that was Bushfield, and how there's 42% of all the employment land being put into the plan, 42% at Bushfield Camp, which will increase the vehicle movements, and that's been untested. So I just wondered if there's a response to that question at all, and whether that's the right place for 42% of our employment allocation. Thank you.
I'll start, and some other officers may want to contribute. So in terms of Bushfield Camp, it is an existing allocation in the adopted local plan, which went through obviously an examination process. We've got a concept master plan that's obviously been agreed by Cabinet, and obviously we've got a live planning application. We'll try not to get into the live planning application rather than basically we want to talk about the allocation. We've got a policy on the site that obviously has gone through a lot of rigour in terms of basically how it's been developed. We've had discussions recently with Natural England, which have picked up the very issue about increasing traffic movements, and obviously the impact on the itching SCA, and there's a particular criteria that's been included in that policy as a result from discussions with Natural England and outputs from our strategic transport assessment. So it's not a new site, it is an existing site that's been rolled forward, and obviously it is kind of adjacent to, and we do want to make the most of active travel links from Bushfield Camp to Winchester Town. The consultants are obviously doing further work on terms of a VISM model, basically, and that's been submitted to Hampshire and National Highways to demonstrate the impacts, and they're talking about obviously what other active travel measures they need to come forward to address that, and that will be available as part of the live plan application. But hopefully the policy criteria are very clear about obviously what we want from the site and obviously how we want the site developed. But like I say, it's an existing site allocation in the adopted local plan, so it is basically building on a strategy that was agreed previously.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Adrian's comments on that individual, how Bushfield Camp is progressing. The speaker mentioned that the anticipated employment land at Bushfield Camp is 40%, and I know it's been repeated here. So there's that, to maybe some concerns, if you like, all our eggs in one basket. It's that unbalanced strategy. I just wanted to point out that the figures have been quoted are from Table B in the employment section, and they are correct. You know, the 11 hectares coming through are 40% on new sites, if you like, that don't have permission. But I should say the previous table in that section lists another 20 hectares of employment sites coming through elsewhere in the plan area. So although 40% is a lot, it's not 40%. We don't expect 40% of our future employment land to come forward on that site. There's another 20 hectares, including the significant site west of Waterlooville, for instance, that are part of the overall package. So yes, we have given some thought as to whether we've got the right balance and are concentrating too much on larger sites, but taking that overall picture of sites with permission that are still coming through, as well as these allocations that are coming through new planning applications, as well as an element of windfall, we're less concerned about that over concentration in certain areas. And I just wanted to outline that answer as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
The other point that was raised earlier on Bushfield was about the car-led approach being not sustainable. I know there's been some issues around that. Could you comment, please?
Yeah, I don't think the policy is car-led. The policy is led by obviously other policies. It's important to read the local plan as a whole. We've been working hard to make sure that obviously it picks up on active travel, connectivities, links. We're talking to the developers as part of a pre-app about obviously how they can improve their transport plan. So I'm really hoping that it's not a car-led development. Basically, it is basically dealing with its site, which is adjacent to the existing Winchester town, and obviously how we can make it an attractive kind of active travel site. But hopefully there's criteria in the plan which talk about the LC WEP, the movement strategy, how we can support that and opportunities for walking and cycling.
Councillor Porter.
I just want to put the point of view to support Adrian's comment, really. At the moment, a lot of people leave Winchester and commute out to other places for high value quality employment. This will be an opportunity to work locally, so their overall carbon footprint will be far lower. And taking what Adrian just said about walking and cycling, we've got a very well educated population in Winchester District, and we've been trying to make sure that we've got employment sites all over the district. They're not just at this one. And so by offering high quality employment, it gives people an opportunity to work more locally and choose those options so that they're not travelling for hours in a car. They're working locally, hopefully by walking and cycling and taking other transport methods. So I'd like to turn that on its head, really, and say it gives the opportunity by having high quality employment here and at the other sites across Winchester District, that people are actually going to have a lower carbon footprint as a result.
Thank you. Councillor Laming.
Is this policy sort of academic, because the application that's been put in at the moment is under the current local plan?
Well, in terms of obviously development management, you are correct in terms of obviously an application would be assessed against the adopted local plan as a starting point. Obviously this local plan gains weight as it goes through the system, and obviously at the moment obviously it's not got a lot of weight. In terms of Reg 19, it gains more weight, and through the examination process, don't know the timing yet of obviously when that application is going to be determined. So all I can say is obviously that, you know, this is our emerging sense of direction. The applicants are well aware and will need to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the Hampshire County Council that obviously they are actively looking at active transport and other measures which they are in discussion with them about, obviously permeability and connections and things like that.
Have we completed the economic assessment for the city yet, as part of the local plan?
Sorry, have we
completed the economic assessment of the city for the local plan yet?
We've finished the employment study that's available on the website, and the retail study, so both of those available on the website.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on this Winchester Centre? Councillor Wallace.
So another was on St John Moore Barracks, was with some questions earlier on. Concerns about this limited planning guidance and the sinks, limited information on the settlement gap. I think you've addressed that one already. Concerns about the master plan and parishes not being sufficiently, perhaps not they have been engaged, but the comments have perhaps not been acted upon, the feedback from the parish councils. So I think they were the points that were raised by Councillor Wynne earlier.
Sorry, before you answer that, just before that, there was also a comment about NE7 and how that affects the John Moore Barracks and vice versa. Thank you.
Chair, with your permission, happy to start off on that. I think I touched earlier on the sink element, and the policy does reflect that there's an existing sink on the site, and that's to be protected. In terms of the candidate sink, which is the larger area to the north, that will be assessed as part of the concept master planning stage in terms of what the developable areas are, what areas should be safeguarded, and that probably ties in with NE7 and the approach taken within that policy. So I think what I'd say is I'm quite comfortable that the sink matter will be assessed in full as part of the policy requirement in the local plan, and then separately, although it's not something for today, it'll be assessed as part of the planning application as well in the future. And I think Mr. Fox talked about the gap, didn't he, and that we're not reviewing the gap for Sir John Moore Barracks at the moment. That will come as part of the application in the next stage of the local plan in the next round. I think there was something on concept master planning and community engagement, wasn't there, with the parish council. There have been a number of public exhibitions and engagements, and there's more to come. So, at this stage, with part of the concept master planning approach, it sets out the developers' obligations in terms of undertaking that pre-planning, and that's ongoing. NE7, pick up the point on that.
Well, I think obviously in terms of NE7, obviously that talks about the settlement gap. That's obviously in the planning balance that you would need to assess that. Basically, it's the settlement gap obviously includes at the moment built development, so they would need to address that in the planning application. That obviously there will be development in the gap, but there is existing development in the gap, so that's basically what the applicants would need to address in their planning submission.
Thank you. Anything else on this section? No, we will go on to South Hants Urban Development allocations from 437 to 458. Do we have any questions on that section, please? No. And Market Towns 459 to 574. No? Okay. Councillor Wise?
Yeah. Sorry, there was a question about water and wastewater, and this affects Coldham Common, but also one of the other ones that we're going to get to. Do you want me to ask
Brambridge.
it? And also Brambridge. Shall I ask it now?
Yep.
So we do have a problem that we get. I know this question was raised earlier, but I wanted to follow up on it. That we are promised things by infrastructure providers and they don't always come to fruition. Now, I've sat on planning, and I know that on planning we're advised that when we're sitting on the planning committee, we're said, we have to take the infrastructure providers at word for doing these, which is very painful at times because we have lots of experience where the infrastructure providers do not deliver to their commitments. Is the rule the same for the local plan? Are we bound by the same requirements, or have we got some flexibility here where we can? What opportunity have we got for doing things here? I mean, can we? It's an opportunity, for example, to hold off on development until some of the infrastructure has been put in place. Have we got that opportunity to turn it round? I just think we've been let down by infrastructure providers before, and we've got plenty of examples of that. And if there's an opportunity here to change the story, that might be. That would be a good thing, and this affects a number of sites that we've been talking about today.
It is regrettable that obviously you feel obviously that you've been let down by the service infrastructure providers. Obviously they've got a statutory role to obviously deliver the necessary infrastructure. In the case of Sutton Scotney, work is well underway, basically delivering the pipeline. There's areas of pipeline actually in the ground. Basically they've got it in there, fully costed in their programme, and they've got work basically they've got to do in South Wanston. We've got a letter from them which basically is included as an appendix to the infrastructure delivery plan. We will also be entering into a statement of common ground with Southern Water to basically capture those points as well, basically about what needs to happen. Within the policy for basically the site at South Wanston, in Wanston, at Sutton Scotney, we've got obviously a criteria basically because it's a greenfield site that it won't come forward till 2030. So again, you know, Southern Water have got 5.5 years to finish building a pipe, which basically is halfway through being built at the moment. So they're well underway with doing that. It's financially costed, it's in the ground, it's going in, it's happening as we speak. They know what they need to do next. We've got a letter from them that sets out what they're doing. It's circling, I think, 1.8 million, it's 1.8 million pounds that basically they're investing in it. So like I say, we are confident, and the fact it's a greenfield site, so therefore it's phased, you know, basically post 2030. So they've got plenty of time to do it.
That's all great, but how is that different to some of the promises we've had in the past? I go back to my question, is there some way we can turn this round and say we won't allow development until that's complete? Is there something more we're going to hold their feet to the fire with? Because it's great that we've got these commitments, but we've had similar things in the past.
Yeah. Again, I'd refer you to the policy for basically Sutton Scotney, which says the occupation and development will be phased to align and drain to the new sewage pipeline between Sutton Scotney and South Wanston. The delivery of sewage infrastructure in consultation with the service providers, etc. So we have got the criteria in there that basically say what's got to happen. And like I say, we will have a statement of common ground again with Southern Water that basically people can knock them over the head with and say this is what we've got.
But we've got no authority. When it comes to it, we've got no authority over Southern Water and other infrastructure providers. So we can't, despite letters, we can't make them do it at this point. So I'm just trying to see if we can think outside the box and think there's a different way of approaching this.
I think this is one to take offline because it's been an issue for a long time. And I agree. Councillor Porter, you wanted to step in as
well. The condition effectively means that if it's considered a planning committee or by the planning team, it wouldn't be passed if that infrastructure wasn't there in order to connect to the mains for that particular site. There is a challenge in all of this, and I don't want to take away from the problems that Sutton Scotney and Colton Common and Banbridge have got. But the new developments, when they've done work on the new developments, they have flow meters in the ground. And those flow meters are showing that the problem is not from the new developments, it's from much older properties in the same areas. So the challenge is the new development does not bring the problem, it's the old developments that bring the problem. And we have to separate those two and work with Southern Water on two problems. And so I'm confident that the conditions that have been set in the applications and in the allocations do prevent any failure of the system for those sites. The problem is there are other sites in those villages where it fails because people have connected themselves to the mains or to the highways drainage, or they've done something odd, or historically they're very old properties that were all connected into one set of pipes. And we also have the problem that we've got a capacity problem of those routes. So it is a really complex problem, but I think what we've tried to do by the allocations is to protect the communities from those allocations unless they can be connected to the right pipes.
I just wanted to add in there also, the new developments tend to come with SUDs to help with water drainage, and it's my experience living on an MDA that actually the drainage in the surrounding area has improved as a result of the new housing development, the drainage that's been installed, the SUDs, rather than getting worse. There are some places that have got worse that, of course, blame the new housing development, but as you say, it's clear that that's because of blocked ditches further up the way or some such. But of course, the gut is too, well, it's because they built that development up the road, but it genuinely hasn't been.
And I understand the problems that those communities have got, and I completely understand those, and we're working separately to deal with that. But it's the planning permission, if granted, would only be granted with those conditions.
Right, we're going to move on from that. Councillor Wallace has definitely got a thought brewing. Do we have any other questions on that section before we do move on? No? So we'll come on to the monitoring framework, pages 575 to 598. Does anybody have any questions on this section?
We jumped over there were some other issues on South Johnston and Southern Scrutiny.
That was the allocations, wasn't it? But it wasn't consulted on.
Insufficient consultation. Yeah.
Sorry, just going back to Sutton Scotney, of course the public raised the question on the lack of consultation, that the site went in at the last minute, and it was only 18 days ago that they said, or some such, and it hasn't been consulted on, and nobody's had fair opportunity to talk about it. Is there any way we can feed back on that, the lack of consultation with Sutton Scotney new allocation?
It's been a subject of conversation with them for many, many months, both at parish councils, with Councillor Horrell, with myself. We've had meetings here, we've had meetings online. To describe that as an 8-day notice, I think is a little disingenuous, actually. I understand how upset they are and how frustrated they feel, but it has been a conversation ongoing for many, many months.
Thank you. Okay, now we really are moving on to the monitoring framework, page 575 to 598. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chair. Will these KPIs come to scrutiny for future scrutiny meetings, or do we propose to monitor them through some other means, please?
So the monitoring framework is to monitor the local plan. We monitor the local plan every year through the authority monitoring report, which is published on the website. So we don't go to a scrutiny meeting to kind of go through them. The main purpose of the monitoring framework is to see whether or not the policies are working and whether or not we need to review the local plan. So they've got a distinct separate process to kind of scrutiny in terms of, obviously they give us stats, and if you look at the authority monitoring report, which is on the website published every year, you'll see which policies are working, which ones we've approved, which ones we've really worked, and basically it's a tool for us to see which policies are working, which ones aren't working, and obviously whether or not we need to trigger the need for a review of the local plan in light of that.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on the monitoring framework, please? No? Okay, we'll come on to the appendix evidence base, page 600 to 638. I just wanted to raise here a question from a member of the public about, they're saying there hadn't been a boundary review since 2006, but the local plan mentions boundary adjustments, and that this could cause issues within their ward, which I believe was South Wonston. And has impacted the site allocation of SW01. So just on the evidence-based piece, talking about that boundary review and the boundary adjustments, if we could respond to that, please.
There's not actually a document as such that looks at it in terms of the boundary review, but within obviously the Reg 19 local plan, basically the sites that we're allocating would obviously necessitate obviously a change to the settlement boundary. There is a change to settlement boundary in Winchester town, basically it's shown on the first map, and obviously there are minor one in South Wonston. But like I say, as part of the boundary review, it's basically looking at where the future of the kind of village or settlement can go. So it's a kind of iterative process that you look at where can it go? And obviously, as a default to that, obviously the settlement boundary would change to accommodate that new development. So it's all part of that process, a part of that Sheila process of calling for sites. So it's all done as part of that.
Thank you. Any other questions on the appendix evidence base piece? One moment. Okay, any further questions on that piece? No? Okay. Right, so now we're coming on to the habitat regulations assessment. We're going to break this one down. So we're going to start off, it's Appendix 3, because the next piece would be the integrated impact assessment, and we're skipping over that and taking it last because that was sent as the supplementary agenda. So we're coming on to habitat regulations and assessment. We're going to start off with page 641 to 764, which is the original, the main bulk of it before we come on to the appendices. Does anybody have any questions on this part of the assessment? The main body of the report. Councillor Wallace.
I'm not entirely sure which bit of the report it fits into, but there was a comment earlier about the valued landscapes. It seemed to be quoted in some places and not others, and hadn't been defined. I'm not sure if it fits in this section, but can you address that one, please?
In this Reg 19 local plan, we're not going with the term valued landscapes. Basically, we've taken advice on that in terms of the way that we should go with the local plan. I know some local authorities do that, but basically, the trouble is basically putting a valued landscape against something. What does that mean about other areas of land? Basically, are they not valued? That's clearly not the case. So I do think that it's a kind of a misnomer in terms of basically where you can go. I think basically looking at HRA, it does mention the MPPF and it does mention valued landscapes in there. So that's obviously one way that obviously the MPPF says that you can look at it. It doesn't say that that is the only way. Like I say, we've looked at it in our cases, but we do have concerns about basically valuing something over something else. Basically, what does that mean about the other areas of land? Are they not valued? Are they just pieces of land? So we don't think it's the appropriate strategy for this district.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on the main body of this section? No? We have Appendix A of this report on page 765. Does anybody have any questions on Appendix A? No. Appendix B then, page 845. Appendix C, page 877. Or page D, page 898. No? Okay, thank you. So that's 1,000 pages done. Now we've got 2,000 left to go. So we're coming on to the IAA, which was in our supplementary agenda. One moment, I'm just flicking to it. Okay, so supplementary agenda, we have the non-technical summary to start with. I'm going to take this. So chapter 1 we'll start with, which is page 5 to 70. Does anybody have any questions on chapter 1 of the IAA? No, so we're all happy with that. Okay, chapter 2, page 71 to 115. Oh. Chapter 3, page 116 to 170. No, so we're all happy with the sustainability context. Okay. Chapter 4, page 171 to 384. It's a biggie, this one. About the appraisal findings for options for distribution of growth in district and site options. Oh. Chapter 5, page 385 to 666, another huge one. No. Okay. What about chapters 6 or 7? Pages 667 to 732. No. Okay. Now we're coming on to the appendix of this. Appendix A. Does anybody have any questions on any of the appendices? Pages 736 to the end. Councillor Wallace.
Right. Perhaps there's it's just a general point. As councillors, we do try our very hardest to represent our communities, and we do try to support these meetings as best we can. And it's quite challenging to get 3,000 pages of documents a week before a meeting and expect us to, I mean, it's complicated stuff, and expect us to have a chance to read it and in detail, every bit of it.
Especially when you have COVID. When
we've got other commitments and other issues as well, and it's not just this. I know some of our fellow councillors reference other documents that they have looked at as part of preparing for this meeting. So there's the 3,000 pages plus extra. It would be good if we could look at a better way of doing this going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Porter.
Yeah, perhaps I struggle with it too. So there is a lot to read, but I actually suggest you do read some of it. It's extremely interesting. But I know that Mr. Fox and I have been talking about this. It's a very difficult document for the public to access to. But and going forward, it's not going to be like this in the next local plan. But we are required on this local plan to produce this. So it was non-negotiable, I'm afraid. Whether it gets broken down into separate sections is another possibility, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and we have to produce one. Otherwise, we are not going to be sound, and we have got one, so we are sound.
Councillor Wallace.
I don't believe all of those 3,000 pages were only available a week ago. We could have released it in chunks, maybe, or done something to make our lives a little easier.
I'll leave Mr. Fox to respond to that.
I could assure you we were up against the wall pushing the consultants as hard as we can to get it earlier, and that's as quick as we could get it. As ever, obviously a draft comes through, we have to check it. It's longer than basically some I've seen, mainly because we took advice, and the appraisal actually includes an appraisal of all of the Sheila sites. Now we've got over 400 sites. So not all of those are going to come. So most of those assessment sites are sites that we're never going to allocate. But for consistency, we were advised basically to appraise them on a level playing field through the IIA. And that's why it's basically longer than substantially longer, because basically every site is in there. But like as the Council Board has said, this is a legal requirement. It will be changing under the Levelling Up Act basically to an environmental outcomes report, which I sincerely hope is much more easy to do, quicker to do and more understandable. But at the moment we are stuck with this process, and that's what we have to do.
Chair, just to back up Councillor Wallace on that, I think we all entered the room feeling slightly woeful about our concerns largely around whether we were fulfilling our democratic duty to scrutinise these documents appropriately and thoroughly. And there's just so much of it that, you know, the complete works of Shakespeare were not possible within a week in language that's not far from Old English. You know, there are technical terms in there that take some understanding. So, you know, it is what it is, but, you know, I think I speak for all of us as you did, which is that we all felt rather challenged by it, and that concern over our ability to carry out the function expected of us.
Councillor Clare.
Just to say, thank you, Chair. I totally agree, and as Councillor Bolton said, I think we all feel the same. When it appeared on the computer, I'm sure, like me, everybody said, "Oh no!" So, you know, very short notice. If you'd have given us a month or 2 months, we might have got through it. But this, I've got to agree with Councillor Wallace and Councillor Bolton.
Thank you. Councillor Pett.
I was just going to say that looking at this, I think our role is to scrutinise the process and ensure that Adrian and his team have, you know, got consultants in to go through all these sites with a fine-tooth comb against the criteria that they've looked at them. I'm in no position at all to say I'm looking at one in Byton now, whether or not somewhere is it within 1,200 metres of a doctor's surgery. And it's meaningless, other than saying clearly a robust procedure has been used in this, and therefore I'm content to forward this element of it to Cabinet on that basis. But I mean, it's quite absurd, the notion that we could, you know, beyond that, go through every line of this.
I agree, Councillor Pett. So the purpose of scrutiny today, as I set out at the start, was to look at, were we happy the evidence base was robust, judging by the fact that none of us raised any comments. Will partially be because we haven't read it booked cover to cover, but will also be because it is robust. The bit we did read of that 2,000 word document is very much sound, and we have no reason to question it. So it is looking at the process behind it, is looking at whether we're happy that the evidence that forms the policies is sound. And I also wanted to add that although we only had this a week in advance, we do have an opportunity to speak at Cabinet, and we also have the opportunity to debate it at full council. So if there are any other points that later on that you do think, actually, I didn't spot that earlier, you do have 2 other opportunities to contribute towards this and shape this before it's finally approved. So I just wanted to add that in. So just wanted to add that. Okay, so we have scrutinised this. Do we have any debate on the local plan as a whole? No? Are we comfortable that we have given it due diligence? I don't have any specific recommendations. We've asked a lot of questions. We've had a lot of comments, but we don't have any specific recommendations to Cabinet on this, unless anybody feels differently. I certainly haven't noted any down. Do we feel that we were to give this due consideration, have the questions, have the debate, consider it, and feedback? Do we have any further comments? Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I just want to bring forward the recommendations, because I don't know if you're going to talk about the LDS, the local development strategy, because we have had to extend that on a few weeks, partly because of a couple of the pieces of work coming in, but also partly we've had 2 elections in the last few months rather than 1. So actually we're asking for the timetable of the adopted local development scheme to be adjusted to as and when they're needed to align with the plan consultation and submission of the proposed submission. That has to be correct when it's submitted to the inspector, otherwise we are not then sound. So that's a very important point. And also I just want to say thank you for everybody for reading this. Please do pass on small minor anything you notice that doesn't quite work for you in the sense of this might be a typographical error, and that's what you're also giving authority to delegate to for that. So the first one is about the agreement of the process can go forward, and the second one is that it actually then goes forward to the Secretary of State for examination. We have already examined that conversation about should the next few days change dramatically of what we have to do, or what we might have to do. So should the MPPF change dramatically, then that may bring something forward. We're also seeking the authority to delegate to the strategic planning manager in consultation with me as cabinet member to prepare an addendum to the plan that may be necessary to address any soundness issues. But I don't think that at today we've had anything specifically, but there may be something received in response to the Regulation 19 public consultation, and that would be submitted. And also authority to agree to any main modifications, which we could be asked to make, and undertake a 6-week consultation on those main modifications. This is all to keep the pace up of the local plan and to ensure that we deliver the local plan in 2025, because we believe that's not delivering that is the greatest risk to this council. And then editorial changes at the bottom, but also the LDS. So it's not just about is this sound, it's also the other recommendations I'd like to bring forward.
So are we all happy that the recommendations that Council Supports just discussed, we support the Cabinet recommendations for their paper? I mean, they were part of, we discussed those sort of as part of the Cabinet report. But yep.
Agreed.
Okay, so thank you for your engagement today. We have a couple of things noted that weren't specifically recommendations, but just some additional thoughts. Looking at how Reg 18 consultations are advertised, so the responses, sorry, looking at that and publishing them, and to prevent that as an issue in future. So perhaps look at that and how we then publish the Reg 19 consultation responses. Investigate opportunities to mitigate reliance on third parties. I'm not sure if that's the thing, but it's certainly worth a conversation. The risk from government changes, especially MPPF, and we've already said about the changes coming back if there's anything major. And also just a suggestion going forwards that are there, when we're on similar timescales, I know that SDMP have fallen back, but opportunities to align on policies with our surrounding neighbours, particularly when they are asking us to provide additional housing for them. Opportunities to align on policies, you know, is there something there that they could do to support us with a strategy that we have? So just looking at both ways how to align better with other councils. So although they're not specifically recommendations, they're just sort of nice to have things to consider.
That's very useful, and actually we have been aligning with other councils on the Letty policy, and we've been going forward as a group of 50 councils with that. So hopefully that will change. That will be a part of our strategy going forward. And we do actually have those conversations with South Wales National Park. It's unfortunate that their timing is now out of sync. It was in sync at one point, but they paused, so it's now a bit out of sync.
Well, I think when this first started, they were ahead, weren't they?
They were.
Didn't they start off ahead?
They were.
Yeah. Thought so. Okay, so thank you all for your engagement this afternoon. It's a glorious day and we've missed a big chunk of it, so I thank you for being in here. And we can all go outside and have a lovely evening. Thank you.